start the game.
Sorry! Here we go!
Henshin!
The last title in Grasshopper's library we thoroughly analyzed was Travis Strikes Again, No More Heroes. A game that had so much weight, growth, and emotion for the No More Heroes universe along with the characters involved that to call it a spin-off is an understatement. Travis Strikes Again was also a means for the head director slash designer slash writer slash producer, Suda51, to vent about his passion and frustration with the video game industry that he has spent decades being a part of, giving anyone that's paying attention an opportunity to understand him better than ever before. Goichi Suda, or Suda51, is here to take back his company after letting it go astray for such a long time. The period many fans lovingly call the Dark Age. While he isn't particularly regretful or ashamed of any games Grasshopper Manufacture created after the original No More Heroes, Suda has expressed that he wanted to be more involved in their productions, but circumstances kept getting in the way, sometimes from actions as dastardly as publisher meddling. He has made it very clear that if Grasshopper Manufacture is going to keep existing, if this company is going to keep making games, it'll be by his own terms and the visions of those within the team, not outside influence. This game was something I would say is pretty risky to approach immediately after making these kinds of intentions clear, considering its advertising, while incredibly unique in some aspects, has a more mass market appeal, showing off insane flashy visuals, over-the-top scenarios, and being presented in huge events like E3 and the Game Awards. It's a very mainstream way of advertising, you know? Anyway, the objective for me today is to pontificate the deepest thoughts I've had about No More Heroes 3. But before looking into the new title, I feel it's appropriate to recapture and recontextualize what came before it. Seeing as how No More Heroes 3 was revealed while Suda fans were still surrounded by negative feedback against Travis Strikes Again, if not producing it. The biggest complaint was its direction being entirely different from what the first two titles established. There's also other matters, such as going with text-based dialogue and lacking voice acting or animation. Of course, wouldn't you know it, things like fully animated in-engine cutscenes, motion capture, dialogue performed by various voice actors, and high-impact third-person hack-and-slash combat built from the ground up are very expensive to make. And Travis Strikes Again was made with a shoestring budget approaching a simpler core design and isometric beat-em-up style. Also, you can probably count the core developers with the fingers and toes of your body alone. It was just that small of a crew. The No More Heroes IP mainly belongs to Marvelous. Projects relating to the series can only happen if they allow them to, and it was recently revealed that he struck a deal with Marvelous for a 5-year plan back in 2016.
At Grasshopper, we only own part of the rights to the IP of No More Heroes. The majority of it is owned by Marvelous. For the past 5 years or so, they basically lent us the IP. That's how Travis Strikes Again and No More Heroes 3 came out. After 5 years of sort of borrowing the IP and basically having the freedom to make the last two games however we wanted, it's time to give it back.
5 whole years where Suda is allowed complete creative freedom with the No More Heroes series without an ounce of meddling from its IP holder. Suda managed to convince Marvelous at the time to have full confidence in him. At least for 5 years. Perhaps he didn't trust Marvelous to properly port the original games and wanted to make sure that repugnant PS3 demake wouldn't even be a question regarding the Switch and PC platforms. With that, his plan to make a new installment closer to an indie scope was very low risk for Marvelous. They didn't even need to worry about publishing costs, a financial obstacle that Suda had his own company take in their place. With a little help from Nintendo, which was the least they could do. No More Heroes as a series has literally only sold well on Nintendo-based consoles. But back to what I was saying earlier, a true blue No More Heroes 3 is something that carries a lot of weight for fans of the series, especially those who are not interested in what Travis Strikes Again had to offer. Did No More Heroes 3 end up being a cut and dry, what the fans want type of game? We can get into that later. Let's rewind for a bit. Feels appropriate, seeing as how the first and second title received ports on Nintendo Switch before the launch, providing the entire experience of this series for a single console. Those don't count. If you're curious about my thoughts on Engine Software's porting job specifically, check out that video sometime, but it isn't relevant to this discussion. I'm going to assume people watching have seen my analyses on the company's previous games, especially those regarding the No More Heroes series.
You don't know the prequels, so you're not interested? Wait. You can totally pick it up from 3. Watch this little show for all you need to know about No More Heroes.
The original No More Heroes still stands as one of the best gaming experiences I've ever had. It blew my mind 14 years ago and never left.
Don't die on me too quickly. I want to gorge myself on the sense of fulfillment till I vomit.
Man, this is what I live for. Fighting your own kind. Nothing's more gratifying.
Of course, I didn't fully grasp why at the time. I was a dumbass teenager, so obviously all the nuances and profound writing went completely over my head as I barely grasped the big beats. I just like swinging around the sword and watching the red stuff come out. And look at him work that Suka. It goes without saying that this hack and slash was a perfect blend of motion control gimmicks and gratifying gameplay, all glazed with a stupendous story full of amazing characters.
I just turned my back, but you didn't strike. You are fucking with me!
It's actually pretty hard to take cheap shots when your enemy is as bloodthirsty as yourself.
Tell the audience your name.
Travis Touchdown. It's a good name, don't you think?
It's a fine name indeed. You have your parents to thank for that.
My parents are dead.
Oops! Touchy subject. A question that should not be touched upon.
That's okay. Really, it is.
There, don't let it bother you. Hold on to your hopes and don't give up, my nasty little boy.
Now you see what I've been through?
Maybe it had to be done, but vengeance begets vengeance.
You're right. Go ahead. Draw, brother.
All of your sorrows end today, Gene.
By the time Travis kills his own sister at the end of the game, he definitely sees where he is, at the bottom of the spiral. He doesn't celebrate his final victory for even a moment, looking more defeated himself. So having him fall into another roaring battle shortly after is very fitting. This is his life now. Travis and Henry said it best at the end of the game.
There's no way out, is there? No getting out, right, bro?
That's right. All we can do is keep running.
It wigs me out that the profound writing is still lost on a lot of people. Beyond the excessive violence and goofy vibes, there's so much depth to Travis and the people he comes across in this first adventure. Granted, not all of this dawned on me at the ripe age of 17. So when the sequel was announced just a few months after I played the first game, I was like, hell yeah, bring me more quirkiness, more violence, more bloodshed, more Travis. And then No More Heroes 2 came out. I beat it and was like, huh, that was fine, I guess. But even then, something didn't feel right about the experience.
You will lose. You've got no chance of winning this. You're something else. I haven't been so worked up in ages. When you see your bro in hell, tell him he's still a douche.
I like to think more of my mind caught on to the nuances of the original game before I even realized it because of this. No More Heroes 2 was still a good game, but it left me unfulfilled. Without going into immense detail, I've already done so a couple years ago, No More Heroes 1 had so many layers in its narrative and story that people interpret the game differently, and a lot of them feel legitimately on point. It's not something I ever expect Suda to fully explain, but I like to think he intended to depict Travis falling in this downward spiral of becoming an assassin, seeing how the concept of death affected all these professional killers, realizing in the end how much it takes a toll on you as a man. Hell, even the save point bathrooms get more and more deteriorated until you're literally shitting in the woods. That must be some kind of clue that he's going through this downward spiral, right? Like Travis is firstly glamorizing this life of an assassin he's only just starting to dive into, but in the end he sees it for the dark pit that it is. For No More Heroes 2, I felt the game went for heavy characterizations in lieu of profound writing. They also really put Travis as a character on this pedestal, like he was this slick, smooth-talking cool cat that led some kind of heroic revolution, which made him less interesting to me.
Everybody deals with grief differently, right? Some people fuck at funerals.
When it came to Travis in the first game, he was this egotistical shithead who got kicked around by the likes of Sylvia to knock him down a peg.
I'm running late for my facial. Catch up later, okay?
What?
He's kind of like an anime protagonist, but thrown in a world where nobody actually respects him.
That's okay. I seem to have a thing for stupid, pathetic men like you.
An unlikable character through and through. But don't think that means it's wrong to love him. Unlikable protagonists are some of the best stuff in regards to relatability and endearment, and what's more relatable than being a dumb nerd just trying to be the best at something? No More Heroes 2 basically going, nah, he's actually awesome and all these girls want to get in his pants, just rubbed me the wrong way.
In your pants?
Suda was a scenario writer but credited as executive director, so it's hard to say where his input was. And even if some of the worst parts were completely on him, I chalk it up to him not intending to ever make a sequel in the first place, thus having a hard time expanding on Travis as a character. We'll dive into that aspect later.
Hardware was affected, but my pride was not. With determination levels maximum, I thought only of winning. It was meaningless, futile, illogical. But such is the curse of being run by a human brain.
That brain also makes you talk a lot, doesn't it?
People still seem to drive the notion that the combat was improved in the sequel, but I can't agree with that at all. There's a couple of interesting mechanics and changes that are fine, such as making the Dark Step ability more strict and being able to discover certain mix-up which can potentially guarantee you quick kills.
Bring it on!
They tried to add more flow to the core combat in order to make it appear smoother, but it just doesn't feel as tight, and you're more prone to dead stops. There's also the matter of how easily enemy attacks can stun or knock down Travis in this game. And it's worth bringing up that confirmed hits don't have those tight pauses in the sequel, only being present in heavy attacks from what I can tell. This all makes the combat feel less snappy and less satisfying to me. I initially liked that the bosses didn't have deflect frames anymore, but I realized that just made the fights all share practically the same strategies, hurting variety in general. There's other matters when it comes to the sequel, such as removing the open world outright. This is probably the most contentious point when talking about these games, but of course I stand with the original. Firmly. We'll go deeper into the open world aspect when talking about No More Heroes 3. This sequel suffers from lack of pace and gain of monotony from removing its open world, but the core design only made matters worse. You'll be hard pressed to find anyone that played the infamous supermarket stage and cut up fools for over 10 minutes without stopping to think, wait, am I doing something wrong? And there's also other half-baked elements to speak of, such as their attempts to add gimmicks to the stages. I really miss how each stage had unique scenarios exclusive to them. Even in regards to visuals, No More Heroes 2 just misses the mark. Games like Killer 7 and No More Heroes 1 benefited from their visuals so much thanks to their emphasis on harsh shadows, usually being solid black, and sharp models. But all the scenes in the sequel, even the darkest ones, have noticeably weaker shadows and the characters look just a bit too jiggly. These are probably weird things to focus on, but I'm simply trying to see what changed in its art direction that doesn't click with me. Travis Strikes Again even brought back the harsh shadows with its visuals. Hell, to this day, I still strongly believe that Travis Strikes Again has much more of the NMH DNA than No More Heroes 2, despite how different the gameplay feels. You got harsh shadows, the stage gimmicks, the text-to-speech boss announcements, and their thought-provoking confrontations. Travis doesn't treat these moments as an opportunity to look cool. They didn't have the budget for it. He takes the time to learn about them, to understand their personalities, their philosophies. He ingests all of this mentally to reflect on his own well-being, much like how he does with many of the bosses in the original game. An intriguing side effect that came from releasing the No More Heroes 1 and 2 ports on Nintendo Switch the same day is that so many people that initially enjoyed 2 just as much as 1, if not more, realized how lacking it actually felt. Anyway, this whole thing is funny in retrospect because I've legitimately seen so many people refuse to play Travis Strikes Again because it isn't part of the trilogy, it's just a spin-off, it won't have that much relevance to 3, or other such nonsense. In the end, it turns out Travis Strikes Again had the most relevance to the story behind No More Heroes 3, speaking strictly on characters, events, and even narrative. No More Heroes 2 was still relevant, in possibly the worst way. I'll get into that much later. Speaking further on Travis Strikes Again, I shared my concerns about how they were merging various game worlds with No More Heroes in my analysis video. This likely stemmed from my disinterest in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which was popping off at the time. What I need to take more into account, however, is that Suda has been doing this since the fruition of his company. He was practically dancing on the line between homage and property theft in these instances. For those that don't know, the crazy kids attacking Kusabi and the others in the Lunatics chapter, they were main characters in Moonlight Syndrome, an early part of Suda's career with Human Entertainment. This was firstly confirmed through data mining the original files. They're never actually set in game, likely due to not having the rights to them. You've even got characters from Fire Pro Wrestling games making their way into the original No More Heroes. Anyway, the point is, Suda51 was clearly enamored by the idea of everything being connected in one sense or another, but this concept was buried when it came to his more blown up projects, such as Shadows of the Damned and Lollipop Chainsaw. It could be due to him being unsure where these games will stand when it comes to the rushing seas of game copyright, or just from his looser grip on those games' production. Thankfully, Grasshopper Manufacture retains the rights to nearly everything they have created over the years, with others that seem to be shared. While Killer 7 is still owned by Capcom, the two parties appear to have reached an agreement that allowed Suda to continue playing with that game's world in certain ways, which is great for him as he's clearly interested in expanding upon it further as it folds into his other games. Anyway, I was initially dismissive towards the idea of this series merging itself into those other game worlds, but I've come to the conclusion that the way it plays with No More Heroes is not a very meaningful one anyway. And even then, some of these connections are really interesting. While some would likely see these instances as shallow cameos, the idea of Kurumizawa having deep connections with Dr. Juvenile makes sense. This digital man having lost the love for his digital woman, or Shiryabu still feverishly on the hunt for Kamui. All of this won't really flow as well to the player if they haven't fully experienced games like the Silver Case and the 25th Ward. But let's be real, how much relevance do all these worlds really have with the new game? A lot less than I expected. We'll get into all that later as we're finally diving into No More Heroes 3.
Death kick! Spin death throw!
Strawberry, right on. Double kill.
Blueberry! Triple kill! Poison berry!
No More Heroes 1 was made in the mid-2000s, where hack and slash was still a very new subgenre. Suda and his crew at the time definitely didn't even attempt to make something as in-depth as Devil May Cry's deep and demanding gameplay. Instead, they went for gratifying visuals and, dare I say, soul to make up for its flawed combat. The game itself was also designed around the Wii Remote, after Suda became enamored by the motion controls it was capable of. So, in a way, it had to be simple, as it was treading uncharted waters that was dedicated motion controls to a console in a subgenre that was still very new. Rather than opt for a mechanically complex and rich combat like Devil May Cry or its contemporaries, Suda strived to make something unique that utilized the Wii's motion controls. And in case you already forgot, I adore every single piece of this game. But from a more objective standpoint, the combat wasn't groundbreaking. It didn't have to be. It felt good, and it was amazing to witness. Snappy attacks with the flick of the wrist into gory executions. Shit was awesome. No More Heroes 2 should have been the game to improve the core combat, but only made it more tepid and inconvenienced the way the camera works in an attempt to make it look more dynamic. After that, Grasshopper explored more broad gameplay types in their action titles. The likes of Lollipop Chainsaw and Killer is Dead still emphasized on hack and slash, of course, and I like to think developing these gave them lessons on things like crowd control and options. Let It Die would also have them experiment with Souls-like combat, where you really need to put a premium on spacing and dodging. While these games don't stand too well at their core, they were clearly stepping stones for their future titles, much like how Samurai Champloo Sidetracked and Blood Plus One Night Kiss were said stones for the original No More Heroes. However, Suda opted out of going straight to No More Heroes 3 back in 2017. Honing what he's learned the past 10 years, he was ready to direct and design a project, but decided to do so in a smaller scope. Travis Strikes Again's combat isn't genre defining, but it has more depth than the previous games by a long shot. The numerous chips add so many options to how you approach encounters, and there's also the matter of optimal strategies against certain enemies, who don't let up when fighting in groups.
Choco banana crate with
It breaks my heart that the game is so lenient with its life system, since it led to most people mashing heavy attacks and calling the game shit because it doesn't restrict you enough into learning the combat. As much as I dunk on people's half-assed takes, I do think Travis Strikes Again could have been designed better and maybe even benefit from merely chucking out the life system. Hell, it's not impossible to beat the game without it as is. The toilets already serve as fine checkpoints for the most part, so simply removing the concept of lives would have done wonders for challenging the player. In comes No More Heroes 3, where it takes the best part of each game's core combat and mixes them evenly into this new experience. While it has plenty of the original title's DNA in its gameplay, it has evolved from those old days, using many mechanics first seen in Travis Strikes Again, making for genuinely satisfying fights. The various enemy types also have much more diversity to them. Much like Travis Strikes Again, you won't find yourself cutting up brainless goons, except sometimes. While you tend to slash up a bunch of dudes then fight a boss, there's layers to how this game is designed while still bearing some of the original title's structure. It only takes a handful of enemies to kill you if you're not careful. No longer are they idiots that just get knocked back by most any attack. These aliens are vicious. So vicious that they're not even docile when your back is turned. The combat feels damn good. So much better than the previous games.
Triple shoot! Spin death throw! Cranberry super kill! Blackberry mulberry! Fever!
The visual flair and sound effects are also absolutely mesmerizing, and getting those perfect dodges feels a million times more satisfying than stick flicking out of desperation for Dark Steps in 1. I also like how they incorporated that little spin trick Travis did with the beam katana from a single cutscene back in the original game. Going with a more traditional control scheme, it's much different from how the original No More Heroes played, which is mostly an improvement. I have one main gripe, however. For No More Heroes 1 and 2, you had two types of beam katana attacks: high stance light attacks and low stance heavy attacks. The games let you extend your combos with the high-low stance switching, which was determined by the angle you were holding the Wii Remote, same for the Joy-Cons in the Switch port. For No More Heroes 3, they removed stances while maintaining light and heavy attacks, but there's no unique combos outside of dedicating to light or heavy strings. Trying to do so makes for serious delays between attacks. You can sometimes make switching work, but not often. It's nice that you're able to dodge cancel certain animations, and I love that you can cancel into a perfect dodge for most enemy attacks, as long as you get the timing right. but I was surprised it was designed this way, considering how typical it is to make multi-button combos even in the most underwhelming action titles, including Grasshopper's very own games. Turns out this sense of simplicity is exactly what Suda wanted out of the core combat this time around.
One of my main targets while designing No More Heroes 3 was to make the combat even deeper and even more simple.
So they did this in order to keep the simplicity of the combat intact, while still providing more depth. There's already a lot to focus on, such as dodge windows, enemy patterns, skill chips, and the aggression from the enemies that don't cease when they're off screen. The lack of melee attacks also adds to how straightforward they made the combat. Enemies can still get dazed, but now from flurried strikes rather than hail melees for stars. It feels as though a lot of the nuances they provided with Travis and his methods of fighting have been donated to the enemies for this iteration. In the first 2 games, all the goons were as predictable as they were foul-mouthed. Now, they're just more aggressive, have various ways to approach the player, and don't give a shit if you don't see their attacks coming. Granted, it's not hard to take them down individually, but that's why they often fight in groups. Perhaps this is their way of conveying the intergalactic muscle is leagues above the fools you fought in the past. Of course, Travis has more than just his beam katana to fight back with. His death glove is equipped with 4 chips and a hidden that help you keep the aliens at bay, and they're especially useful during most boss fights. The roulette power-ups have also returned, but 2 of the results merely currency bonuses. The power-ups you can get are considerably less devastating than they used to be, aside from the Still, they are certainly able to help you get those clutch moments against enemies. The sushi stand was a good evolution to the pizza and battery boxes that used to be sprawled across the stages. I didn't rely on packaged sushi too much, since I've only played this game on Spicy and Carolina Reaper, which you're only able to hold 1 of each. I also wasn't that interested in any of the buffs unless it increased my attack power. Either way, it's a change I welcome, and I gotta give props to Okamura for making such a godlike song to go with the stand. Here's a few words from them about the song.
So Mibi just sends us the beat. It wasn't any scripts. We didn't get sent any visual storyboards, no plot synopsis. We knew just as much as everybody else about the game. We just got told, like, look, this song is gonna be the song that people hear every time they go to the sushi stand. And that just told us it can't get old quick.
Needless to say, they succeeded in that goal. Their banger probably got more props from fans than any other track in the game. And please listen to Okamura, their other work is sick as hell too. I love a lot of things they did with the combat, comboing enemies into dazes, the perfect dodge mechanic, being able to walk while recharging, and wrestling moves being much more strategic rather than for flair. The auto charge they provide make for amazing clutch moves to keep up the assault. This made manual charging feel more like punishment. If you plan how you approach groups correctly, you'll be able to clear the waves without charging once. Also, Darkstep finally having iframes is especially nice. The combat isn't without flaws, however. There's definitely some things I missed too, like the ridiculous roulette power-ups. Part of me hoped for the slasher villain mode to make its return, but I think they reconfigured the roulette in order for it to be applicable in boss fights. I would be less forgiving if there were linear stages, and don't worry, we'll get into that. The fights can also be a bit underwhelming. Some have really fun setups, while others just throw the same groups 2 or 3 times. I feel like these confrontations could have been a bit more creative in the sense of mixing obstacles and enemies up. Mingle the Destroy Many with the aliens, you know? Why not? Also, yes, these guys are called the Destroy Many. I will not hear any objections. Oh yeah, the space fights. Those are cool. So, that's the combat. What about the open world in No More Heroes 3, the most controversial point? Before that, I wanted to reevaluate the original game's town of Santa Destroy. Sure, it felt undercooked in No More Heroes 1 with not much to do, but I don't care. It was charming as hell, and I loved coasting around in my Spell Tiger, picking through dumpsters, breaking a sweat, and my thumb, at the gym, shopping for shirts that have boobs on them, and observing all the Moai heads chilling about. There's also, of course, the side jobs to discuss as well in relation to the open world and its purpose. I'm really tired of people complaining that these jobs are boring and not gamey enough, while praising the sequel for turning them into literal 8-bit minigames. It's such a reductive take on these scenarios and tells me the person spewing this is just trying to turn enjoyment from a game into a math equation. The minigames in No More Heroes 2 were alright, but couldn't feel more detached from the actual world of Santa Destroy if they tried. And I argue that these are just as boring as the side jobs in the first game, so I only see this change as a step down. It's funny, I previously found this particular job to be agonizing, but now I realize it's my favorite in the sequel. Man the Meat is good too, because it feels like it could have been a job from the original title as well. Speaking further on the first game's side jobs, they did so much for world building. It made you feel like you were contributing to the town itself, like you're a part of this community. Or, I don't know, maybe I let the manager's amazing monologue sweep me away too well, as I forget I'm just this tiny cog in the grand clock of Santa Destroy. This aspect, along with the entry fees, also helped the pace of the game's main story. Think of the way other games like Shenmue and Yakuza utilize their open worlds. For Shenmue, it's hard to even begin what this did for the game, but damn, they made it feel alive. So many different places to go to, it ran on its own time so you couldn't really screw around too much, but you also couldn't make it go any faster either. And every NPC had their own thing going on, their own schedules. You couldn't just blast through the main story, so in a sense, the game made you go do stuff you normally wouldn't just to kill time or make progress. It enveloped you into its world. This is similar to the side jobs and activities in No More Heroes 1, in which you had no choice in the matter, since clearing these would grant you more lucrative money-making opportunities in order to pay those exorbitant fees, as well as becoming more capable against the stronger threats ahead. Experienced speedrunners need not apply. In Yakuza, you're not as bound by its schedule, but it still has its importance and amazing amount of detail. Roaming the crowded-ass streets of Kamurocho, a lot of this game would be lost if the open world was completely replaced with a menu where you just choose where to go. Sound familiar? But back to No More Heroes 3. The open world continues to be controversial because despite having nearly 15 years to stew over how it was applied in No More Heroes 1, this new game doesn't really do it much differently. It's certainly bigger in this game, and I remember that was practically a marketing point back in the day. Most of Santa Destroy can still be explored, albeit looking much different. There's other towns that get progressively smaller, but still add to how much ground Travis can cover now. Multiple towns full of assassination missions, collectibles, side jobs, sad stories, bad architecture, and not much else. All while some Devo members wander around to make you feel a little less lonely. Side note, I think it's hilarious that you can't knock down the trees in No More Heroes 3 like you could in 1. It wouldn't make sense when Travis is running around planting new trees to brighten up the towns. The overworld aspect is simultaneously better and worse compared to No More Heroes 1. Better gameplay-wise, but worse in a narrative sense. And even then, exploring the town sometimes feels off. I'm getting a bit nitpicky, but things like jumping seem short-sighted. And there are times the town is simply unreasonable, like why can't I hop across this debris? There's other cases where they made obstacles only a tiny bit too high to clear. Jumping must have been added late into designing the open world. It helps you clear low obstacles to get around more conveniently, but rarely. Like, damn, let me just jump a little higher, please? Sometimes I just made my own fun in the open world. Alright, let me just... Nope. Damn it. It's very delicate. It's very delicate. Nope. Okay. Boom! I made it up here. Where's my achievement? Narratively, the towns don't feel connected to the story much, only when some of the bosses commandeer an area such as Black Knight Direction and Sniping Lee. However, they are the two exceptions and neither are compelling. For the rest, Travis just kind of warps to some of these locations, including very normal looking venues, like this concert hall or the school. Why is this arena located in Perfect World when there's a perfectly good concert venue in the new and disimproved Santa Destroy? It's a bit of a drag when you really look at all this. At least in No More Heroes 1, you would see Travis take the subway to Bear Hug Studio, you know? The only ones that feel like they're a part of the open world are ones that don't involve the main lineup. A lot of these alien bosses just warp you somewhere that's completely detached from the towns. These are probably other planets depicted to be millions of miles away from Earth.
This planet, too, was destroyed by Fu.
A place as beautiful as this?
This world was purged, its civilizations decimated, left with nothing but a legacy of death.
Speaking more on boss venues, many were shocked that there were almost no unique stages. I was certainly surprised at first, seeing as how the only ones that had some kind of pre-fight scenario were Velvet Chair Girl, Midorikawa, and Fu. However, I think axing them made some sense. With the way these enemies are designed, I can see why they wanted the open world and its designated fights to replace the typical stages, because some of these fights on their own can be really hard to finish. But I feel like there was a cleaner way to approach this. It bums me out that the designated fights have the same exact backdrops that's determined more by the town you're in, not the boss. It would have been really cool if there was a bit more personality from them in these worlds if they just had unique backdrops. Perhaps have the aliens wear different attire depending on which boss they represent, or why not make these designated fights still required but in a more linear fashion. Have them take place inside dedicated stages, and on said path, they'll pit Travis in arenas that are separated by checkpoints, and there's unique atmosphere to each of them. You can even re-up your sushi between fights or reorganize your gear and... oh damn it, now I'm basically coming up with ideas for a game that doesn't exist. I just hate that these designated fights bear absolutely no personality, I guess. I'm also not a fan of how the music is arranged either. I love Red Orca, but boy, I'm sick and tired of hearing Beast Test. The music variety is fantastic in this game, but you might forget that when you get swamped up in all these defense fights and designated matches. The side jobs are back, of course, but considerably more optional. Not as optional as No More Heroes 2's side jobs, but they serve more as a means for variety if you want to earn money in less violent ways. I like that all the side jobs have various locations and levels of difficulty this time, but a few of them, albeit fun, are just a little too extravagant. Mowing lawns and unclogging toilets are more of what I wanted. Mining is okay, but those random encounters feel so pointless. I just want to dig, for God's sake.
And dig!
The alligator defense and traffic control missions feel a little too ridiculous. They're fun in their own right, but I wanted more grounded jobs. These make me feel less like a cog and more like some kind of vigilante, which, I don't know, just doesn't strike a chord with me. Come to think of it, I theorize that these kinds of side jobs were originally supposed to be gimmicks for linear stages. They remind me of the kind of stunts Travis Strikes Again would pull with its stage gimmicks. Now, some have been wondering, why was the whole game designed like this? Separated fights scattered across the open world rather than the more traditional linear venues that house each boss? Well, some people have caught on that the open world and its structure surrounding the core game is quite similar to a particular hack and slash Suda directed a long time ago. No, not No More Heroes, but Blood Plus One Night Kiss, a Japan exclusive PS2 game made back in 2006. I finally have a chance to talk about this a bit. Even from simply looking at the gameplay, you can see this title's design would later get injected into No More Heroes 3. Just like said game, your confrontations all take place in arenas. There's no linear stages with enemy encounters. Well, as far as I can tell. I played a lot of Blood Plus, but it gets really frustrating trying to make progress when you can't read shit. I got stuck at the apartments. You simply move to your map that shows designated fights, it becomes an arena for the enemy, and the game escorts you back to the open world once you are finished. It's kinda crazy thinking Suda and the gang went back to this game's open world structure for No More Heroes 3, the samey looking NPCs having mostly explicit viewpoints on the map, the characters even receive emails. Hell, look at Aoyama over here, the way he runs? Looks familiar, doesn't it? I understand why a lot of people had qualms with the open world. It's not exactly airtight in its design, some of the architecture is ludicrous, even for buildings already established in No More Heroes 1, and I agree that it should have been more of a step up to the original game's design on all counts. Collecting cards, planting trees, and mowing lawns sure helps it make it feel a little less flat and empty, but there's a lot of elements here that feel very short-sighted, most especially the chip buff mechanic that barely qualifies a changing of playstyles while mired by a completely garbage loot system. Overall, I adored the way the game felt, fighting alien fools and letting Travis's green thumb flourish, but it runs out of new things to show you pretty early on and becomes a checklist of stuff to finish up or find. It's almost crushing to see how much Santa Destroy morphed and degraded the past decade. Doppelganger said it himself, this town is empty and hollow. And also makes no goddamn sense. Okay, he didn't say that last part. Some say this overall structure, lack of linear stages, and axed bosses came from COVID woes during production. I understand why people would come to that conclusion, especially considering the contract between Marvelous and Grasshopper was close to ending. However, Suda has barely said anything regarding how COVID affected the production of No More Heroes 3, other than the fact that it delayed the game by about a year.
While digital production luckily fits pretty well with working remotely, and all our staff has been freed from the nuisance and hardships of dealing with the Tokyo rush hour every day, I do feel a sort of loneliness in not being able to walk over to someone's desk and polish the game up while speaking with them directly face to face anymore. Just like developers all throughout the world, we're doing what we can to continue working on the game and keeping the flow going as best we can, while dealing with the corona situation and trying to find new styles of game development.
I'm not denying that this game might have turned out cleaner or with better fidelity if COVID never happened. I just don't think things like the boss lineup or core design were really affected. In fact, there's a huge clue that went by unnoticed. Back when No More Heroes 3 was teased at 2019's Game Awards, the minute-long version of the trailer had a different lineup of aliens near the end. Notice something from the extended trailer? The only ones shown are Mr. Blackhole, Gold Joe, Velvet Chair Girl, Sonic Juice, and Fu. The only ranked aliens you get to challenge, with the exception of Midorikawa, which I can only assume is because she was the only ranked boss not designed by Masanori Ushiki. Whether they felt her 2D design wouldn't look good animated the way the rest were, or it simply wasn't ready at the time. The point is, I think this is a very early giveaway on who among the ranks you would get to fight, and it was all right under everyone's nose. I also think this gives slight credence to why Midori got her own stage, as she was likely a late part of the production timeline. Perhaps they had a bit of extra time left, so they were able to make her confrontation feel a little bit more special with an exploration scenario. That's a big presumption though, I wouldn't give that much water. As for the game's general graphics and performance, there's a lot of moments where No More Heroes 3 really shines with its art style, and parts where it just looks undeniably rough. All kinds of rendering issues and inconsistencies I don't entirely understand. As per Unreal Engine fashion, you sometimes catch textures not loading up on time with the cutscenes, and overall smudgy looking models. The characters themselves look great, but the environment can use some real touching up in a lot of places, most primarily the open world itself. Look at this fountain. It cracks me up every time. I also couldn't help but notice details like signs and certain returning textures looking better in 2007. Again, I'm not sure what exactly is at fault here, whether it was the engine itself being difficult to work with on something like Switch, or they weren't able to provide a higher resolution texture when the game itself is already so sizely. I don't really know, but people have been able to show that emulating the game itself has better results for some of the textures presented, which speaks for the potential of a PC port and how simply putting this same build on that platform can make the game look better. But who knows? An official port has been announced for the rest of the consoles and PC, so I'll play it and comment on it a bit on Twitter or something probably, but I prefer playing with the motion controls as is. It's really weird. No More Heroes 3 certainly has that unique art style I look for in a Grasshopper game. The HUD and visual flair is 100% them, but No More Heroes 1 in comparison had a much sharper looking visual style. There's things in No More Heroes 3 where it looks, for lack of a better word, mushy. 7th gen mushy. You know how Travis Strikes Again went across various game generations and represented such with different graphical or artistic outputs, and at times it can provide this sense of nostalgia? A lot of this game feels like it's calling back to the good old PS3 or 360 days of Western devs using Unreal Engine 3, complete with late loading textures and rough as hell anti-aliasing. Huh. 3? Shout out to Netgear for saying it best. This game looks like it's catering to nostalgia for a game generation that isn't old enough for people to have nostalgia for. Maybe this is how Grasshopper is, once again, ahead of the curve. Nah, I'm just kidding. It also doesn't help how it can be argued that the environment from the games of said generation look better at times. No More Heroes 3 runs at 30 frames in the open world, but a mostly consistent 60 in combat with updates making it more stable post-launch. Some people had gripes about it, and I'm not one to ignore frame rate performance with my stupid strong PC build. However, I think it's fine that the open world performs the way it does, and the combat hitting 60 is pretty great, considering the original No More Heroes experience was a very unstable one all around, and 2 was locked at 30 with dips. Never mind the piss-poor PS3 demake that only ran worse. That just about covers everything regarding the gameplay itself. I have more to say about these elements, but it'll be sprinkled across how I analyze the rest of the experience. No More Heroes 3 serves as an extension to Travis Strikes Again in many ways. Travis Touchdown, continuing to avoid his family for some reason, witnesses immediate alien invasion. A gang of otherworldly beings led by alien Prince Fu plans a game of conquest for Earth.
I'm a goddamn superhero.
Travis teams up with his pre-established buddies to take them down. Except, not really. Tearing through the ranks and gushing about Miike films along the way, Travis isn't afraid to also give his thoughts on humanity, responsibility, game logic, and friendship, all while being presented like a classic tokusatsu show, from the opening and closing credits to the monster of the week introductions to the front-heavy nature of the story. I have to say, I find it hilarious how unapologetic No More Heroes 3 is about leaving behind people that didn't play Travis Strikes Again. The game goes on assuming you're very familiar with the 2019 game. There isn't even a little blurb to explain the likes of Dr. Juvenile, Badman, or the Death Glove. All the meanwhile, No More Heroes 2 barely has any relevance. Besides cameos in the form of gacha toys, Kimmy was pretty much the only remnant of the second title as a story to have any significance to No More Heroes 3, but we'll get into all that in a bit. I legitimately can't think of anything else past this scenario that's more than a murky callback. Meanwhile, Travis Strikes Again has entire characters, story elements, objects, and missions that only make contextual sense in No More Heroes 3 when you've played that game. Wow, the sequel Suda51 actually directed and wrote is the one that's relevant to his new game he also directed and wrote? Who'da thunk it? So, how to look over the story? Well, I suppose we can go through each scene and I'll discuss my thoughts on the characters, their motivations, and connections with the overall plot or theme. It'll be kinda similar to how I analyzed the first game, but I won't be focusing on the bosses, instead taking in everything I possibly can. So with that said, the game doesn't even start with No More Heroes 3, but with Deathman.
I remembered this game I used to play. Nobody at school had it. But I was super into it for some reason. It was called Deathman. It was a side-scrolling action game. It was like a clone of one of those famous Japanese games. But it was so cool.
Deathman was interesting, for multiple reasons, ones that we'll get into later. But in Travis's monologue here, I really like how it almost sounds romantic the way he describes his nostalgia for this obscure piece when he was a kid. This made me think about what game I consider my Deathman, so to speak. What's that game that makes me think of a simpler, cozier time while also too obscure for anyone to ever talk about, both then and now? Everyone that's been playing video games since they were children can probably recall a weird little title they came across that interested them, right? Everyone loves Mario, but it takes a certain mindset to love something like Buck Bumble or Run Saber when you were a kid, you know? Even if the game isn't that great to play, there's just something about it that keeps it in your mind. So, my Deathman? I think it's gotta be Judge Dredd for the Super Nintendo. I don't know why I even played it so much back then. I only started reading the comic a few years ago, and I've never even seen the Stallone movie it was based on. I just remember playing this a lot. Was it the visuals? The sound effects? The animation? The unique level design? No, definitely not that. Even so, it's something that's always been embedded into my memory, and to this day, I don't know a single soul that has played it besides myself and my brother. And I think it says a lot that this game still remains in my mind despite having not played it in over 20 years, until I needed footage for this video. Anyway, next we see the familiar introduction of Fu crash landing on Earth and meeting Damon as a child. The two seem to develop a deep relationship as Damon showed Fu our human ways of caring and loving, as far as I can tell.
Damon, I love
Best friends forever, Fu.
This is a very blatant reference to E.T. After all, what do you get if you move each letter in that name forward? F-U. With that said, they become psychically linked through this touch and develop a deep layer of empathy beyond basic understanding, as well as giving Damon the ability to raise his own status, as shown shortly after. You can also catch glimpses of agents stalking these two, but it's never really explored who's keeping tabs on them, or why. Damon probably wasn't the only one that noticed Fu's crash. Perhaps a bumbling Men in Black type of group, or maybe they're just Pizza Butt employees.
It looks like this is goodbye, Fu. You're going back to your home.
Damon, I love you. In 20 years, I will return.
20 years? You really mean it, Fu? Promise?
Damon, I will return. No matter what. Promise.
With that promise, we flash forward to see Damon has grown to be a successful CEO type, the head of Utopia, a consulting firm on urban development. They've even begun influencing Santa Destroy. This was all firstly teased in Travis Strikes Again. We see Sylvia return as a secretary to Damon.
Sir, it is time for the board meeting. We need to go back in.
Fun little connection, she's who Juliet Chesterfield passively mentioned in that same pinball novel segment. We'll talk more about Damon later as we're introduced to the new Fu.
Damon, I love you! Fu!
He's grown noticeably, but hasn't forgotten his friend. However, he isn't just here to pay a visit, he's got much bigger plans for Utopia, and by extension, planet Earth itself.
Let's team up and make this planet ours.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about taking it over, duh! Do it!
We see one of Fu's cronies wipe out the city's diverse culture in an instant. For those wondering, this is why the population is mostly the same VR-goggled goofs throughout the game.
All the NPCs you see walking around town, those are all employees of Utopia Land. Santa Destroy has mostly become a ghost town at this point, and almost nobody lives there anymore. When Fu wiped out the citizens, it was only the Utopia Land employees that were spared.
Apparently, superheroes are popular in this country, so we're gonna jump on that. Right, Mr. Big Shot?
Fu, what are you?
I'm a goddamn superhero.
You feel the cosmos?
We're back to the classic No More Heroes motel, our protagonist knocked out in front of the Deathman remake title screen. Travis wakes up. We're introduced to the first main threat, Mr. Blackhole.
What a shitty town! What could possibly even be here? Like, what the hell is the prince even worried about? Eh, whatever. Let's destroy it! Woo! That makes a much nicer parking lot, huh? I'm gonna build my tower right here. Okay, you go and clean up.
You know how to take these guys down?
Beat him to fucking death! Strategy is born from battle.
I'll take the one in the middle. Do whatever you want with the rest.
Let me have some fun, fucking losers! Let's go!
Start the game. The hell is this? Are these really aliens? Juvie, check this out.
All right. Its atomic composition is unknown. I will expand the range of this search to include the entire galaxy.
We see Travis sporting a modified version of the Death Glove, and this is how Dr. Juvenile stays in touch with him. It's not specified whether she's communicating from an undisclosed location or if she's living inside the Death Drive strapped to Travis at all times. My guess would be the latter, considering the events of Travis Strikes Again showing she was romantically involved with Kurumizawa. And like Kurumizawa, she has abandoned her physical body and only exists in forms she so chooses. For those confused, play the 25th Ward already. Anyway, the game recreates its E3 trailer and Jean comes out of the Death Glove. She's gonna be your partner all the way.
You're behind enemy lines now.
Huh? Jean? Have you always sounded like that? I always assumed you were a female.
Are you tweaking? This is how I've always sounded.
That's pretty badass.
Oh, he? Well, either way, I couldn't help but notice the throwback to how Travis broke into Death Metal's mansion in the first game.
All yoked and powerful and trying to take over the world or something. My name is Travis Touchdown. I'm the last hero around, here to save the world. I'm also just a passing assassin. Let me pick you up, little guy.
Was that Mr. Wormhole? Travis gets warped to Mr. Blackhole, chilling at a place he once called home.
This is where we grew up. My boss, Fu, he went bad shit crazy. Destroyed the whole planet. Ain't that a bitch?
It is indeed. So why not get revenge?
Revenge against Fu? We wouldn't last 3 damn seconds against him.
Now that we're getting into the bosses, I'll come out with what I think the ranked lineup represents. Just for a bit of recap, I analyzed the bosses in No More Heroes 1 as a reflection to what kind of human Travis can become, what these aspects of death can do to his psyche and change him as a man. For No More Heroes 2, the bosses were rather surface level to me, embodying various forms of entertainment or lifestyles: hip-hop, sports, goth, horror, the impressionable youth, etc. Well, when they weren't manifestations of Travis's own past coming back to haunt him. After all, these assassin gigs became much more publicized and streamlined from what the likes of Sylvia and the narrator told us.
The assassin's underworld has become a commodity, a chance for profit and entertainment for the masses.
Perhaps part of their inspiration is how much folks like Travis see this bloodshed as nothing but pure entertainment, and what that does to their mind. In Travis Strikes Again, the overall story was more of an analog for Suda's life and career in the video game industry, and the bosses represented such: his virtual hero, the people surrounding him, the older creatives, etc. In No More Heroes 3, I think all the bosses represent relationships. Feels appropriate, as this is the first time in the series that the ranked foes all seem to know each other and have one thing in common: they're here because of Fu. Each of their relationships with Fu is disjointed, harmful, or toxic in their own ways. For Mr. Blackhole, it's a pretty standard bit of Stockholm Syndrome. He's aware of the heinous acts Fu committed, even actions that hurt him directly, but says he's grown used to being in this relationship with him.
Are you okay with a life of submission?
Well, that's how I've lived. It's my destiny.
For that, among the typical threat of Fu being able to easily kill him, Mr. Blackhole chooses to keep appeasing him. He is stuck in this abusive relationship, but hides his feelings pretty well while continuing to do what's expected of him.
Rethink this. You can still go back. Go on back to space.
Nope, no can do. Either way, Fu is gonna kill me.
Mr. Blackhole carries the title of Wormhole Bandit, and you'll come to learn each of the ranked foes are different kinds of criminals, all working for the benefit of Fu. It's appropriate that a meager bandit is the lowest ranked among them as well. Mr. Blackhole probably has the most extravagant boss fight in the game, having 3 separate segments. It starts with the main fight where the two go mano a mano, and it's where this set of ranking fights truly begin. Topped off with this hype as hell mix of Red Orca's Phantom Skate. I'm having a hard time describing this buzz that's blaring throughout the song, but something about it just adds so much punch to this too. The original song had lyrics but were omitted for this mix. I feel it's worth bringing up how the Japanese lyrics at the end tell a story about chasing a phantom thief in the night. At least as far as automated translations tell me. I don't want to say so with absolute confidence, but I like to think they had Mr. Blackhole in mind while writing and composing.
It's war!
Travis?
Oh, hey, Gene.
Where is this?
Inside him. We're basically in his universe.
Well, that sucks.
The second phase of this fight finds Travis deep in space. The muffled drums and droning keys definitely convey being lost and alone, blindly grasping for your way out of this hellscape. Good thing Jean accompanied him, huh? Once Travis gets a hold of Mr. Blackhole, he goes Henshin! And in maxed out armored mode to finally finish this fight. The speedy drums and raging tunes perfectly suit this last showdown.
Okay.
Woohoo! Oh, you are tough! Pretty impressive, Earthling!
Don't underestimate Earthlings.
Okay, everyone, I'm leaving the rest up to you. Prince Fu, seriously, ever since way back when, you really...
This is literally the first time Travis ever cut a boss's last words short. In fact, he clearly likes hearing them share the last words before they die. Did Travis interrupt him out of impatience? Or did he just feel bad that Blackhole continued to look at his tyrannical master with rose-colored glasses and would rather not have his last words be so pathetic? Travis gets warped back to meet with Sylvia.
Is it really you? How are the kids?
I love how sincere he sounds asking about his kids. He must not have seen them in a while now. From what I understand, the Eve of War chapter in Travis Strikes Again was about 2 years prior to this. Sylvia lets him know he's found his way back into a league of ranked killers, now from alien planets.
You have managed to take down the number 10 ranked Blackhole. And you have been recognized as number 10 in the galactic rankings.
What Sylvia says here is really interesting and will be important for later on, so just keep it in mind.
You are in the eye of the storm, so you cannot escape or just disappear. You can only fight here.
And what happens once I take everyone out?
I'll help you kill the tree sentinel.
For reals? I'll do it. Please, let me do it.
We join Damon and Fu back in the Urban Development Center. They seem to be keeping track of the ranked aliens.
Did Blackhole get killed? I see. Dead, huh? That's kind of funny.
It was that man.
Somebody you know?
Sir, it is time.
Okay.
Oh, time for a meeting? Sweet. Let me watch. This is a bitchin' room. Nice work, Damon. You're really coming up, huh? And you even followed my orders like a good little boy, too.
Fu tags along Damon's board meeting, but ends up cutting it short as well.
These are like really capable dudes, huh?
Of course. They're specialists in a wide range of...
Yeah. Bunch of losers. Well, we're even more capable. So it's cool if I go ahead and fire these guys. Right, Damon?
What have you done?
I, for one, appreciate Fu sparing all the lower-level employees of Utopialand scouting the towns while making a final judgment on the executive, probably overpaid dickbags, deciding they're the more expendable trash. I continue to love Suda's anti-capitalist takes. He begins setting up various fighting arenas for himself and his cronies.
So this city was just built without permission?
I'm still not entirely sure what Damon means by without permission, but maybe this is a nod to how CEOs of their own company tend to be unaware of how the Foundation's inner workings function, something prevalent in Silicon Valley.
Oh, come on. You've heard of LASIK before, right?
I believe Fu means that he hardwired Damon with that psychic connection, the creation of his third eye. That it wasn't just a psychic bond between friends, but to have a puppet dedicated to planting the seeds for world conquest. Even though Damon probably felt like he started this urban development company of his own volition, this was likely what Fu wanted out of him in the first place. In other words, a position of high power. This wasn't Damon's vision, but Fu's. Like the general LASIK operation, Damon was granted a new vision, but it was a vision that catered to Fu.
So, destroying the planet. That was your plan? Ever since way back then?
Cute little me from back then and the handsome-ass me now? We're the same. Nothing's changed.
He gets in touch with Fo Biden, who doesn't really want to cooperate.
Mr. President, you're gonna hold an emergency press conference. Let's make a joint announcement.
I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation. The president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot.
Oh, okay then. I guess I've got no choice. do it.
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
I am just Baptiste VI, aka Fu. I'm Prince of the Baptiste system, and you can call me Lord Fu.
I'm about to conquer this planet, but simply conquering it is no fun. I won't run or hide. I'll be a Damon Tower in Utopialand. Anyone is welcome. You wanna kill me? Come kill me. You'll have 10 of the most elite dudes in the galaxy awaiting you.
Well, one of them got killed, so 9, I guess. Take us all out, and we'll go home.
Otherwise, we take over. The rules are simple enough, right? All right, Mr. President. The game of death begins.
The huge entertainment-based theme park built in Santa Destroy, Utopialand, would no longer be holding its grand opening in 2 months. It was instead converted into the Garden of Insanity. Fu and 9 of his aliens are dispatched into formation, prepared to destroy the planet anytime. Number 9, the space ore dealer Gold Joe. Number 8, the alien kidnapper, Black Knight Direction. The memory thief, Vanishing Point. The gastro cannon, Velvet Chair Girl. The Dark World Princess, Midorikawa. The galactic sniper champion, Sniping Lee. The demon god, Sonic Juice. The master of explosion, Paradox Bandit. Number 1, our own king of destruction, Just Baptiste VI. The all-out, all-star battle of space versus Earth. The ultimate battle of top-class space criminal versus assassin is about to kick off.
Have some magnetism! Bang!
Not bad. Not bad at all.
It was designed exactly according to your input. You could show a bit of appreciation, you know.
Did I not just say, not bad?
I'll help with the next one, too.
Fu's asshole behavior comes out effortlessly, and Damon is so spineless that he agrees to continue being his little errand boy.
Lord Fu! Gold Joe is back!
That Earthling called Travis. I'm leaving him to you.
Oh, I'm honored! All the credit shall go to you, of course!
Gold Joe seems to treat this relationship with Fu less as a friend, but more as a servant.
It was dug out of a nebula behind the Milky Way. It's Galactica Rolling Thunder Rainbow!
It's got a nice shine to it. I'll take good care of it.
It'll give you great power.
He's a mineral trafficker, a line of work that's considerably illegal and has its own awful repercussions in the real world. Big surprise, it's something that large companies tend to be involved in as well. Gold Joe mines ore to help Fu grow stronger, and is a real suck-up. He happily caters to Fu's narcissism. More on Gold Joe later.
So, what do you think about Miike's latest production? The Girls series was a proving ground. Miike used it to help him get to the next stage. It's like a treasure chest of production. By preparing so many different stages to test out just how far Japanese CG technology can go, he's pouring his passion into the improvement of systematized techniques.
Damn, Travis. You really hit the nail on the head.
This here is the first of many discussions between Bishop and Travis gushing about Takashi Miike, a renowned film director in Japan, exploring every genre imaginable, but is more known in the West for his absurdly violent films. He was mentioned in the first game and even made a guest appearance as himself in No More Heroes 2. I'll talk about Miike later on.
Huh? I guess they're here.
Looks like it's about time to get to work.
Yeah, let's go.
Sup, assassin? You the one who killed my buddy?
We had our own Miike night over here. Thanks to that, I came to the conclusion that Andromeda deserves to be reevaluated.
I love how Travis here is such a dork that he would share this thought with Fu.
When the conversation stops, that's when you die.
Oh, so you're challenging me, huh? You talk a pretty big game, Prince Dumbass.
You A human ridicule me? That shall not stand.
All I gotta do is take Prince Dumbass's head off and it's over. Bring it on! I'll give you a little kiss.
This is over. I'll show you how it ends! Let's go!
Shinobu enters to help Travis, perhaps a callback to her spawning from the sky to save him from the final boss in No More Heroes 1. Maybe that's why she didn't know things would go so south so quickly for her.
Get away from him! Back off! Fucking punk! Ugh! That stings. Who the hell are you?
I like that Badman's bat is capable of actually hurting someone as powerful as Fu, and it makes sense. During interviews, people questioned how Badman's bat was able to clash and meet the impact of Travis's beam katana back in the unveiling of Travis Strikes Again. Suda explains that his bat was specially made with a diamond core, and much like Travis using his beam katana to take on foes as an assassin, Badman did the same with his bat, as described more in the Badman Strikes Back scenarios from Travis Strikes Again. A lot of this can be conveyed on our own too, considering Badman is Travis's co-op partner throughout the Death Drive adventure, and able to fight just as well as him. However, this doesn't last long as Fu overtakes him easily.
Now it's my turn. Where are you?
Fu shows how much he cared about Mr. Blackhole at that moment, but also how content he is in killing one of Travis's friends. A simple act of revenge is enough to satisfy Fu.
This is how it's gotta be. Now you're really fucked! You goddamn scumbag!
I love that Travis gets a little flashback witnessing Badman die. It shows they developed a deeper relationship than we might have considered. I think this would be better conveyed if you played through the game in co-op with a friend your first time around. Two dudes stuck in these threatening game worlds where they gotta fight tooth and nail to escape for hours on end? Of course they'd develop a relationship. You think they ever made out? Anyway, Badman's unceremonious death has brought up a couple interesting theories. Why kill off this character that they dedicated so much time to in the previous game? One theory I'll bring up now is them emphasizing this is a single player game. For No More Heroes 3, Travis won't be having an equal on his side to take on the alien foes. Badman was so strongly tied to No More Heroes with the co-op function that as soon as it's no longer part of the equation, neither is he. I'll talk about another theory later. Fu takes his leave, throwing back Travis's egotistical shit talk and leaves him with something to think about.
Hey, assassin! Come see me, and I'll give you a little kiss. Son of a bitch! That's what I like to see! But don't forget, you're a scumbag too.
These words were ringing in my head for a good while after first witnessing this scene because Fu is absolutely right. A defeated Travis blacks out from his wound as Batgirl arrives to a grisly scene.
Dad?
Travis wakes up.
It's morning? Shit. Where is he? Where's Shinobu?
She is still unconscious, but her chances of recovery are improving. She is in stable condition now.
She survived. Good.
Daddy.
Hey.
Daddy.
Charlotte.
Daddy. 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 Daddy.
Travis contacts Sylvia, demanding her to set him on the path for revenge.
Enough talk! Now let me at those sons of bitches!
Ah, the ranking battles, hmm?
Outside the burger suplex. Huh, that's oddly familiar.
You are so serious. Was she so special to you?
Oh, spare me your bullshit!
After paying the fee for his boss entry, we're welcomed to a scene of Gold Joe and Fu enjoying some bubble tea before the fight.
The Gold family has served the royal family for about 23,700 years now. It has been pretty long.
So this friendship isn't even tied to a personal history between these two, but a lineage where the royalties involved are merely playing their part. The star and the servant, if you will. Gold Joe is only doing this because it's expected of him, thus the need for such servantries.
So, you two are like super close friends, right? You and Damon?
Yeah, we're real close.
How nice.
You're a good friend too. Sorry I got you mixed up in this fight, especially when you helped me break out.
Friend? I'm so honored. I will give you my life, Your Majesty.
Life isn't something you give away. It's something you protect.
Your Majesty.
Travis wakes up.
I hope you liked it! My hyper-modern artwork. I project images relevant to one another onto physical matter, making it seem as though there's a beautiful space existing right there. It's cutting-edge magic.
So projection mapping, right? I'm already sick of seeing that shit. With this sort of thing, from like the second time you see it, your brain already understands what's going on. You can't not see it as fake.
Oh, snap!
Gold Joe fails to impress Travis with the flair he has provided. He could just be talking about blockbuster filmmaking in general, where they use computer-generated imagery in lieu of practical effects almost all the time these days. Not that this method doesn't have a place in filmmaking, it does. The problem is, the likes of green screen and computer-generated imagery were once considered a single brush for filmmakers to make their art. Now it's basically the canvas. And there's so many examples where it ends up weakening the product when a more practical method could have left a better impression on the viewers. An over-reliance on things like this could lead to poor direction and errors. Maybe that's why this cut between Travis walking and then suddenly sitting down is there. I'm just kidding. It's also interesting to note that this sort of links with the Miike talk Travis had with Bishop back in the beginning of this chapter.
Now show me a good time!
Gold Joe's theme was very particular. Created by Kazuhiro Abo, the main composer for Travis Strikes Again, and my buddy Tony Astro. I got to talk to Tony, and being an actual artist, he was able to help me understand why he composed Gold Joe's theme the way he did. So here's Tony's explanation.
I was specifically given the words electricity and magnetism. And my very first, very housey demo was rejected for being unfitting, but not much else. They showed me a video, Gold Joe's design document, and a brief description of the character. And then things grew very organically. Gold Joe's theme has elements of Jersey Club in there because despite the genre having sizable scenes both here and in Japan, it's hard to think of any game that has any Jersey Club music in it. Gold Joe's design definitely desires specific sounds like 303 acid arps, but I think the more interesting angle is how Abo helped the track shape up and suit the character more. It's easy to interpret Gold Joe as being gay, right? But that makes the song even more interesting. The LGBT community and people of color have consistently been on the forefront of music genres that eventually get wider appreciation. Always have been and always will be. You can trace our involvement from genres like disco to contemporary stuff like hyperpop. And as someone who's both, this sort of fusion dance track makes a lot of sense. The old tokusatsu sounding Monster of the Week theme gives way to contemporary Jersey Club drum rhythms. It becomes a song with blaring brass, gunshots, and dinky 808 cowbells like the type you hear in funk beats, being repurposed into their own synths over choppy drums. Gold Joe's theme ends up being a complete outlier from all the other bosses. I'd argue from the rest of Three's music in general. That just makes its inclusion all the more interesting. I think Abo had a better picture of this in his head, but I can't say for sure because I never asked. I just wanted to make a fun song and shout out a genre I think deserves more attention in games. And when you look at the final result, all of this is extremely fitting and super fun to think about.
I thank Tony for taking the time to describe how he composed this theme song. I might not be a music theorist by any stretch, but it really bugged me how many people were calling his theme generic techno without really trying to hear how unique it actually is.
Is this the shit you've been smuggling? Wow, you're a real shitty guy, huh?
I was framed! I was double-crossed!
After defeating Gold Joe, pummeling him with the materials he was smuggling, Travis expresses what he thinks of snakes like him that try to play innocent.
It's the ones who don't look like bad guys, who are the real bad guys.
Makes sense. The party he was associated with definitely did not look friendly, but would become his closest companions. You can't judge someone simply from how they look, or how they try to kill you as their first impression, I guess.
Congratulations. You have been recognized as number 9 in the galactic rankings.
Sylvia has always been an elusive character, but here's our first example of her possibly being abnormal, and it only gets stranger from here.
Sylvia, I still need to talk to you.
Oh shit! The time-space continuum!
Do you doubt our power?
No, that's not what I meant. I was hoping I could be of help.
You wanna help? Then sit there quietly.
Fu continues to treat Damon like crap as Black Knight Direction enters the scene.
Any wish of yours is old Black Knight Direction's command.
Travis must be dealt with. I'm leaving him to you. Don't let me down.
I will not let you down.
He's very stoic and lacking in personality. Feels like he is merely a tool for Fu, a piece of this chess game, a Black Knight. You get it? You get it? But Fu does take the time to rack his brain.
He is but a simple human. I'm going to cut off his arms, and will then proceed to slice him up nicely.
Hey, tell me about some of your memories.
Feeling sentimental,
I don't like it when a friend dies.
I went on a family trip to the sea, but I don't remember anything about the ocean. What was burned into my memory was a shop with a glass bulb hanging from the ceiling. I was moved by the sound of the jingling glass, and when I left the shop, there was a white lighthouse. But as for where that place was, I have no idea at all.
Him dreaming of his family was interesting to me, considering he's a professional kidnapper that destroys families in his wake, selling off other beings to rich and powerful folks. This isn't even the first example Suda has provided us in his work. Anyway, him describing a lighthouse really stuck with me. It could symbolize a sense of navigation to his destiny that brought him here. The dude's got direction in his name, after all. Or perhaps a sense of danger? Possibly a warning of where he's heading, despite his overconfidence when contemplating this potential fight against Travis. Travis wakes up.
So is this Osaka?
Yeah, it's gotta be. Everyone's wearing tigers on their clothes. He's here.
Another ranked assassin, huh?
Probably.
Maybe the lighthouse symbolizes the end of his journey, which, I mean...
The fuck? Poacher, huh? Didn't your mama teach you that it is not okay to steal shit?
You're just like they say. I've also heard that you can't solve anything without brute force.
Look, outsider. Who the fuck are you anyway?
I'm from the future. It's a long story, but...
Don't bother. Once we do battle, I'll know all I need to know.
Native Dancer raised the intrigue to a high degree, seeing as how his confrontation parallels a lot with how Henry broke into Travis's life in No More Heroes 1. For the sake of explaining what I mean here, I'll come out with what they reveal at the game's ending, but this is Travis's grandson from the future, and his name is Scott. Travis... Scott. Huh. Anyway, he's a relative of Travis who abruptly kills a boss that was ready to fight him. They're even spatting off while running down a regular city area.
You keep tossing out all this fucking foreshadowing!
I'll explain it all once I take you down.
You really talk a lot of shit! This is where I actually start trying!
Henry was a remnant of Travis's mysterious past, and now Scott is a remnant of his even more boggling future. Also, something I really couldn't ignore. Scott is a time traveler, and he's sporting a red ribbon on his head. In the 2018 remake of The 25th Ward, it was revealed that characters Aoyama and Akama are time cops, and in their travels they had a brief run-in with Travis as depicted in Travis Strikes Again. In both the ending describing this event in The 25th Ward and Travis Strikes Again's pinball novel chapter, the two time cops went by the aliases Bruno San Marino and Red Ribbon respectively. So I don't think it's a coincidence that this time traveler is wearing something like that. I see it as a very thin connection between No More Heroes and Suda's Kill the Past universe. This is what he did in his older games back in the day, rather than Travis Strikes Again's method of blatant descriptive cameos. Sometimes all we need is a tiny nod to get those gears turning, and I find it to be a much more subtle and interesting way to create connections between these games. And as Suda has always said, everything is connected. You know, except the stuff he doesn't have rights to. Usually. The theme song is composed by Seki Tova, a Japanese DJ that grew up in Osaka, the town this area in Thunderdome is based on. According to him, the low bell in the track was inspired by the Sutenkaku, a real landmark in Osaka, Japan. It also served as homage to Undertaker's theme, and according to him, it's a sign of despair, as well as the calling of someone that will never die. Something that will be very, very important much later on. He also told me, while never speaking to Suda himself, that the song and what it inferred was exactly what Suda was looking for, about how their notes regarding this confrontation and native dancers' vibe aligned perfectly. I thank Seki Tova for his contribution and input on native dancers' theme.
Black Judgment! That was quick! Over there!
Travis beats him down, but mysteriously, his spirit refuses to finish the job.
What the hell? My katana won't budge!
Sylvia comes in, dressed in some typical Osaka fashion. The ladies there love their wildcats on their shirts, apparently. She teases Travis about native dancers' background.
There is your answer. Your body instinctively jumped into action, trying to prevent this kid from getting hurt. Why is that?
What the hell do you mean? Someone starts to fall, you help them out. Isn't that how it works?
You are an assassin. What are you doing helping people? Have you ever helped out any of your other opponents?
I mean...
Why would someone as bloodthirsty as you try to save another ranked assassin? The reason is...
Is what?
A secret.
Whatever. Go ahead and sleep here. Rest it off.
For reals? This just sucks!
This wasn't supposed to go like this. What about conquering the planet, huh?
We're greeted with Damon getting on Fu's case, as he's convinced Fu is not in control of the situation.
Fu! Can you really kill this guy?
Shut up!
Of course, Damon decides to back down immediately after getting screamed at. Travis wakes up.
I fell asleep.
Hey, Prince. Can you kill this guy? Hell yeah! Who do you think you're talking to?
Vanishing Point shares a relationship different from the previous bosses. Rather than kneeling and beseech of Fu's royalty or status, he's much more casual with him and simply goes with the flow. As said flow goes with personalities like this one, Vanishing Point doesn't lie nor sugarcoat anything. He sees through the other aliens and is straight up with the hollow friendship surrounding Fu.
Listen, value those who tell you the truth. Nobody speaks their mind in front of the prince. The people always say nice, happy things to you. But they're either talking shit behind your back, or they're narking on you to the king. Definitely. 100%.
I feel like a lot of people have relationships like this, where the two people don't necessarily like each other, but happen to be around each other often because of who they're friends with.
Forgive your enemies and make them your friends. That's how a real leader does it.
Will you keep being honest with me?
Prince, I couldn't bullshit you even if I wanted.
And at the very least, they have this understanding where one can rely on their honesty and consistency. Still, What someone like Vanishing Point can get out of Fu is arguably nothing. They just happen to continue being in the same circle of friends, and that tension refuses to go away. Travis wakes up. Vanishing Point is also enlisted among Fu's cronies as the Memory Thief. So what does that mean? If I were to guess, I think that title represents the act of erasing history, something certain dictators have a knack for attempting. The biggest problem with erasing history is that it serves the interests of people in power and allows them to limit the amount of potential dissenters to a continued or new abuse of power. Like, what if Fu wanted the story to be something that makes him look like the goddamn superhero he wants to be? He'd have to make people start unlearning how violently he entered this world, this community. It's something dictators in real life have practiced since history became a concept. And before anyone even tries to add an example, no, destroying statues in modern Western civilizations is not erasing history. I'm pretty sure search engines will always make it easy to read up how much of a racist, rapist, murdering pile of shit Christopher Columbus was. But back to Vanishing Point, look at him go, he loves to dance. Wee! Oh, and wouldn't you know it, Kimmy's here and ready to steal more than the show. The young and innocent Kimmy Howell is now an adult, going by her stage name, Kimmy Love.
Today's special guest is someone very special to me. Travis! Travis Touchdown! All by myself, crying in bed. I've grown tough. I'm not dead. The tears crystallize as the days get rough, making me stronger, strong enough.
This certainty hits the core. Start to reform, you're not the same as before. Excited in new ways for these fresh new days. You changed my world, girl, with your gaze. Renewed and mysterious, fragrant and delirious. Little girl, lost for days. Swore to grow up and get out of this maze.
I swore to get out, to forget all about that powerbomb. When you dropped me on my head, making me walking.
And her cute little rap got me thinking a bit. Travis in No More Heroes 2 saw her as this disrupted youth who lost her way.
I can't kill a co-ed. Come see me after you graduate, and I'll school you again.
Much like Shinobu back in the first game. Well, as far as I posited back in 2018.
She'll grow up. Why not kill her when she's stronger?
Kimmy at this point is an adult on the outside, but on the inside, she's still a child. An immature individual that still only cares about the thrill of the kill. Something Travis used to feel, but has grown out of. We'll talk a little bit more about this after the fight. I noticed immediately that while this track suits Kimmy's new appearance and stage very well, it's got a very noticeable hint of tragedy behind it. Perhaps sorrow? You can't help but feel what this is all leading towards. Travis likely feels this way too during the fight. And this might sound weird, but the first time I fought her and witnessed the camera suddenly change to this kind of shot really struck a nerve and made me feel uneasy. I think this is the best place to discuss the voyeuristic entertainment nature of the series, since it all hit me in the middle of this fight. The original No More Heroes depicted what this power fantasy of an assassin can do to an individual's psyche, how they can reflect on witnessing death from so many people of different backgrounds. A bitter old man, a lonely addict, a disconnected individual with little purpose, a dissociative sadist, a depraved workaholic, and so on. Travis sees what it means for someone to dive into this garden of madness. Despite seeming like a celebration of gratuitous violence, it feels more like a critique on it when you really peer into what the game is showing, what the characters are conveying.
Do you accept death?
Death? Never crossed my mind.
Death is the only truth. You are still a mere butt.
You're a junkie for blood, old man.
Sadly, I can't disagree. There's only one way to live. People like us, we're sharks attracted to blood. You smelled blood too, didn't you? Isn't that why you're here?
You're no assassin. You're just a perverted killing maniac.
In essence, they're the same.
No More Heroes 2 sort of expands on this idea of violence in media and consumerism, depicting facets of genre and niches in society through most of the bosses, and describing this once underground League of Assassin fights as the biggest form of entertainment for the masses. It shows that violence can come from different facets of our entertainment or society. Horror films, sporting events, hip-hop culture, rival gangs, etc. There's also the idea of these once underground ranked fights now being broadcast as mass entertainment and worshipping of Travis Touchdown as some kind of hero to speak of in that regard as well. For Travis Strikes Again, we got to see what it was like when someone abandons that world of blood and voyeurism. He was living in tranquility before that old life came back to bite him in the form of Badman. The two get launched into this adventure across various game worlds, many that contain their own stories of violence, terror, and tragedy. He's also being observed by an omnipotent digital god along the way, all while remnants of Travis's past dance in the Garden of Slaughter, such as speaking to McAllister that paid top dollar to watch his old fights, or seeing how it affected Badman witnessing his own daughter get caught up in said garden. Even when Travis manages to escape society and live the brief life of a hermit, he can't escape this sense of being observed as a destroyer, which is my favorite way to describe Travis. He's certainly not a hero. He's not a no more hero, whatever the heck that's supposed to mean. He's a destroyer, tearing down so many individuals lost in the sea of darkness in these bloody adventures. So, No More Heroes 3 goes another step by being a lot more obvious about this voyeuristic, observant nature of people witnessing violence in media. The live stream statistics popping up as you talk with folks around town or accept side missions, the Netfo logo between chapters that even has that notification to jump to the next episode like many streaming services in the real world, the episodic format complete with intro and outro credits, and, back to our subject, this fight against Kimmy Love, world famous pop star, which they tend to be the most influential individuals in our actual society. Not only is there this drone viewpoint mentioned before, but you even catch glimpses of this fight being broadcast for any regular consumers tuning in. If you're not mashing A, at least.
Thunder fire!
Travis! I want to kill you.
Kimmy's last breath was all that was left of her character. The only thing on her mind was killing Travis. Again, she never grew up. Not mentally, anyway. Her goal as a high schooler in No More Heroes 2 has remained the same. Kimmy's death here was not only a bit of a surprise at this point, but also a very harrowing moment. Travis really didn't want to do this, but decided to stick to his word and give Kimmy what she wanted. I like to think, in a way, Travis didn't kill Kimmy in the second game because he saw his old self in her spirit, so seeing her still the same Kimmy who never grew up breaks his heart. No more pulling punches just because they had a history. It's really tragic, and you can see it took a toll on Travis himself. A good example of how unrecognizable he was in No More Heroes 2. He doesn't even try to make this look cool. So even though Travis might see that Kimmy never really grew as a person, he's going to respect her wishes. He's going to treat her like an adult. Suda has said as much when asked about this scene.
The reason Travis doesn't kill Kimmy in No More Heroes 2 is because Travis doesn't accept her as a worthy opponent. Travis sees her as this overly confident girl who has this hardcore thing for him. He doesn't feel that she's a proper or fully fleshed out killer, and he spares her due to that reason. This time, in No More Heroes 3, he does end up killing her, and the reason for that, in one way, is out of respect. If he were to have gone and let her go again, I feel it would have sort of blurred the line. How does Travis decide who lives and who dies? I wanted to stress the fact that Kimmy and Travis have done some growing and maturing.
Well, one certainly grew more than the other. And don't think I missed the overtly sexual nature of her death either. This isn't new to Suda or the work he's directed. It actually reminded me a lot of Bad Girl's death in the original No More Heroes, straddling Travis and pummeling away before she dies on top of him, penetrated by his weapon. As per Suda fashion, the only time we see highly sexual themes in the games he directs is when it's deeply disturbing or discomforting, and only light sexual themes, or eye candy, to make Travis look like a clod. Even in the eye candy department, there's even something about Kimmy flaunting herself that doesn't feel right. It might have to do with being someone that played the original games as many times as I did. To me, Kimmy is still Howl, that little girl who is getting too in over her head. I don't look at the adult Kimmy Love and see a body. I see a person, a character I've grown attached to. Maybe that's part of the intent too. Which is why instances like Chloe Walsh, Paul in Lingerie, or the Gigolo missions in Killer's Dead don't get a reaction out of me, especially now. These aren't a part of Suda or what he really wants out of his work. Anyway, perhaps Kimmy also represents further commentary on the depraved nature of our voyeuristic society, but instead of the not-so-mainstream adult industry that was Bad Girl's representation from yesteryear, it's the pop star sensation Kimmy Love. And like many pop sensations that crater, it's tragic seeing how her life ends right here and now. Sylvia comes in and decides to add insult to injury.
And just look at this kid. I guess she just could not grow up after all.
This is the last time I kill a woman.
Well, how kind of you.
Don't ever hit a girl. My grandma used to tell me that.
You have not forgotten, have you? Did you think you were going to become friends and team up to defeat the big, mean aliens?
Yes, Sylvia. Maybe I did think this could be something like that. What happened to Galaxy versus the Hood, huh? Also scary to think that this is all just part of the show. Data miners even found missing dialogue from an earlier script draft where Kimmy already knew she was going to die before Travis even got to the venue. I'm going to assume those are hundreds and hundreds of fans witnessing all the bloodshed, but nobody is here to stop it. Kind of makes you think how big this world of blood has become for Santa Destroy, and its adjacent counties. Harvey Moisewicz Wolodarski would be proud.
Now that is entertainment!
Even so, I don't think Travis is very happy with how all of this is turning out.
Adrian!
Velvet Chair Girl never interacts with Fu. She's not attentive to this relationship at all, like a friend who just won't stop flaking on plans. It can be aggravating and start paranoid thoughts like wondering if they even care about you in the first place.
What's up with Velvet Chair Girl?
She called in saying she could not make it due to an appointment at the nail salon.
Okay, I'll let this one slide. Seriously, women are the biggest hassle of them all!
This leaves Fu to be aimlessly sexist as well, despite being ditched by Damon in the same instance.
Where's Damon?
He said he would be out on his monthly glamping trip today.
Oh.
I'll refer Velvet Chair Girl to VCG from now on, as she and Oma make up for the Gastro gun weapon used in the intro. In this path of conquest, the duo can be considered their fire in the sky, Fu's stealth bombers, and it's no question how destructive their power is.
What the hell is this?
Looks like Las Vegas.
You know, I actually kind of like this stuff.
It's kind of funny that Travis wasn't at all dazzled by Gold Joe's CGI mess of blocks and electricity, but this vomit pile of convulsive animation is something he can get behind. My only guess is it's because it's by Team ACBU, an animation duo from Japan, and otaku to the very end. VCG is likely a mute too, and we only hear Oma ever say one word.
Adrian!
VCG is also the #1 musical chairs champion of the galaxy. Travis takes this challenge as we start shuffling to this funky little tune.
Spin the shit. And spin the shit. Are you ready? Are you ready? If that's can you get it? Can you get it?
I really like how the musical chair song is a mix of Turkey in the Straw, or as others would probably put it, the ice cream song. I thank Bukimi Mimi for translating the lyrics that played during this musical chairs challenge. There isn't much substance behind it as far as I can tell. It's possible the guest artists Jinkaku no Fuichi and Annie the Clumsy were given the direction of make a song about musical chairs and let them go from there. But hey, the song is dope anyway. Once you beat VCG's ass in musical chairs, she takes what is essentially a cyanide pill, committing suicide right in front of Travis.
Adrian!
She killed herself. The shock of losing was too much for her.
No way. We hadn't even started going at it yet.
I think there's something to be said about VCG where she would rather die than face defeat for more than a moment. I think in some ways, this is a reflection to how Travis used to think, how he was in the original No More Heroes, at least early on into the game. Oma doesn't take her death well, growing out of control, opening up the actual boss fight.
To think that I'd be saving the world. Isn't that hilarious?
Sure, Travis.
Right on! Grab ice! Spin death throw!
Adrian!
Blueberry triple kill!
Adrian!
Cranberry death!
Adrian! Adrian!
After killing Oma, they have a moment taking in her death.
What a sad sound.
She's crying.
It really is just like tears.
Tears, huh? Are they crystallizing? Sylvia comes in, hilariously in an obvious Captain Marvel homage.
You have been recognized as number 6 in the galactic rankings.
Literally, the last cutscene she was in mocked Travis for thinking this was going to turn out like a Marvel movie.
Oh, what a shame. And my lucky color was red today.
Just like VCG, Midori is absent from Fu's want for attention.
She says, I'll head straight to the spot.
I see your pets like to go off and act on their own accord, huh?
You trying to be funny?
I'm going back to work. Miss Christelle, I'm leaving him to you.
Damon even starts talking back at Fu, while getting simply sick of sharing the same air as him. Best friends forever, right? Are they even friends at this point?
Oh, Shinjuku is so awesome! Shinjuku is like some kind of paradise.
I don't know, Travis. I've been to Shinjuku. It's alright if you like bars, I guess. Midorikawa has a relationship with Fu that's similar to VCG, but it's an even higher degree of inattentiveness. She barely knows Fu as it is, and doesn't seem regretful when she cancels plans they had together. I don't care how many vowels that text has. Fu has no real power over her though, and try as he might, he can't do anything to make her fall in line. She's considered the Dark World Princess, and Fu is a prince. Perhaps Fu gets so easily frustrated with Midori because he can't express his romantic feelings to her. And I think many friendships that start out like this are on a fast track to doom. Travis wakes up.
This place is kinda scary.
Yeah, like one missed call scary.
My name is Midorikawa. I'm a cleaner. My house is near Midoriyama Studio. During my rebellious period, I wore lots of Kimidori green. I was disappointed in myself for not wearing my favorite color, red. I've been cursed by green, which is Midori in Japanese. There are so many things I hate about it, and I almost totally blamed my parents, but I just couldn't hold them accountable, because I love Mommy and Daddy. There was someone else I loved even more. He led me down this path to becoming a cleaner.
Remember when I was talking about thin, almost invisible connections between each game? Well, here's a big fat slab of universe lore in the form of Midorikawa. She originally appeared in a short story known as Red, Blue, Green that was initially exclusive to the Suda51 Complete book, but it was only written in Japanese, so this eluded Gaijin fans for a while before talented translators in the fanbase recreated the story within the Unity engine to present it similar to the 25th Ward. They would then provide their translation work onto the manga that was released with the Switch port of the Silver Case and 25th Ward. Now we got the visual feedback to add context to the story. That includes Midorikawa's appearance, although it's interesting to think she existed for years before making her appearance in No More Heroes 3. I really love how, like Batman, she first existed in a short story from years ago and even has some kind of tie-in with Killer 7. After all, what's her title?
Don't make me say it again.
I'm a cleaner. Time and space have been distorted, so I can't really get things straight.
Time here is warped.
While writing Midori in Red, Blue, and Green,
This definitely seemed like a character that could go against Travis. From that point, I sort of kept that in mind while I was writing the manga, and she basically just turned into the character that you see in No More Heroes 3 in hopes that she could act as a connecting point between those two worlds.
Midori's already explaining a lot of her background here, but she did leave out a few details. Midorikawa was scouted by Kurumizawa from the 25th Ward, as he usually seeks out killers, but it's still not known why he does this. Her appearance for this game was designed by Inio Asano, best known for Solanin as well as Goodnight Punpun. She was first designed by Seiyuji Takeya, known amongst Suda51 fans as the artist for Kuriyami Dance. In her original appearance, she looked almost disheveled, especially with her tattered schoolgirl outfit and messy hair. It's been at least a couple years up to this point, so I like to think that she became more confident in her looks while also comfortable in her own skin. Her outward appearance reflects how she feels on the inside. Happy. Midori started this life scared, downtrodden, and with no direction. Now she's more upbeat, assertive, and self-reliant.
My boyfriend knows a lot about you. He is always talking about you. That you're free-spirited and stupid and intelligent and dumb, but you're also a nice guy with a serious side too. I feel like he's probably right.
There was also story content removed from the game that was meant to elaborate on her title as Dark World Princess, but I'll talk about that later on. Midori's backstory makes it clear why she would hole up in a high school. It's where her story truly began. After multiple cruel kids in school pushed her too far, she stopped pretending to be an innocent, misunderstood little girl. She's a killer with inhuman abilities, and always will be at this point. And an alien. I also like to think this school horror setting with haunts throughout is to pay homage to both Fatal Frame 4, which he wrote the initial script for, and Moonlight Syndrome. The latter being something that Suda still talks about to this day, although is unsure about the opportunity of an official English translation. The two games focused on young girls diving into worlds of horror, but Moonlight Syndrome is less about the paranormal and more about the human psyche and mental anguish. About how people are more vile and despicable than anything concocted in fantasy. Not the most original theme, but hey, it was the 90s in the video game industry. It makes sense that Midorikawa has a little bit of both aspects within her character.
There's a certain type of guy that reminds me of my old boyfriend. Something happened and we ended up breaking up. But the reason for that was actually pretty funny. Want to hear about it?
No. I'm not really in the mood.
I like how Travis completely rejects the opportunity to let the audience hear a bit more lore that connects No More Heroes with Suda's Kill the Past games. But of course, his dork ass gushes about this tokusatsu crap.
This is that rock quarry in Ibaragi that they used to film those tokusatsu shows, isn't it? Awesome! I can't believe I'm here. This is where they filmed Kamen Rider Zeo, you know?
Oh, sorry. I kinda can't deal with all this otaku talk, so could you not? Wakey wakey! It's morning!
Huh? Morning already? I'm thirsty. I want some tea. Sleepy. Still so sleepy.
Listen, this mean, scary old man is standing right there. Let's kill him together. He's pretty tough.
Nice. Changing forms like that and all? You must really love the tokusatsu stuff.
I wonder if he's referring to the fact that her appearance and elemental hands are likely homages to Bakugan from Ultraman Taiga. I also find it peculiar that Travis feels the need to go Banshee in order to stand a chance against her. I think this is a small implication that Fu likely is unable to go against Midori, or he knows so little of her power as she chooses to be ranked so far below Fu. And I think this speaks for the relationship dynamic between the two, as she's arguably the one being toxic towards him, the only case of the tables being turned on Fu from his cohorts where we see him emotionally react to this.
Making me look like an idiot, huh?
Let my little guys go. They're good kids.
Are they twins?
Probably.
Okay, I'll let you have this one.
Thank you.
Just before Travis executes Midori, in comes Kamui. Yeah, that Kamui. I mean that Kamui. I mean that Kamui. I mean that Kamui. I mean this Kamui.
Seriously? This is your girlfriend?
We've got no beef with you. We just sort of took Fu up on his offer and thought of it kind of like going to a nice barbecue, you know? Like that thing that's really trendy these days. Dompering, or whatever. That was basically what we envisioned coming here.
Are you for real?
I also adore this remix to this theme from the 1999 game Kamui originated from. Which I'm pretty sure this itself was a remix to the theme song from Moonlight Syndrome. It's a nice little nod, like they're saying, this is how far we've come. If only Takada came back to compose. Anyway, a really common criticism I've heard is how Travis literally just said he'd never kill a woman again after fighting Kimi, but was ready to lop off Midori's head. Well, she's not human. She's an alien. Or a demon, to put it another way. I'll talk about that later, but yeah, even if we're not treated to her entire origin story, which we'll touch on in a bit, it might be worth considering he didn't think she was human to begin with. Her teleporting powers and monstrous hands with elemental ability could convince Travis that she was an alien like the rest of the main lineup that's associated with Fu. Anyway, Kamui tells us a bit of what he's gotten into.
Oh yeah, by the way, I'm a Dark World princess.
That's right! Midori is an actual princess! Isn't that awesome?
Okay, so I kinda got no idea what's going on right now, but whatever. Since you're these little guys' mommy, I'll let my katana sleep for now.
Thanks, Trav.
Travis decides to spare Midori and the scene ends, but not before some parting words.
So then, what do you all think about this boss fight?
Kamui presents this in the style of Furuhata Ninzaburo, a television drama series widely renowned in Japan. This scene was pretty funny, as it's essentially Kamui speaking with the audience and simply saying, "Go play the Silver Case in 25th Ward already."
It had become quite the confusing mess, but somewhere inside that confusing mess hid the truth. What is real? What is not? These are indeed questions for the ages. There is only one thing that is real. I am here in front of your very eyes. After crossing the river of life and death, find the place where the point and the line of everyday life intersect. I'll be waiting for you anytime. Kill the life. Destroy the life. Erase the life. Once it's all gone, it's all over. No. It's not actually over yet. The true end is killing the past. I'll see you again in the past. Kamui Uehara will be waiting for you.
Get the hint? I think Suda knows there's a ton of people playing this that still haven't experienced any games from his Kill the Past universe, so why not try one more time to reel them in? The Silver Case and the 25th Ward are now on the same platform as this after all. Assuming a remake or remaster has been announced by the time this video is released, Flower, Sun, and Rain on DS isn't too hard to play, if you catch my drift. And don't forget to read the Red, Blue, Green short manga after playing all the games that came out before it.
I'll kill you with love and justice! Destroy man!
Mr. Sonic Juice has arrived.
I see. All right, I'll see him.
Okay.
Damon, you come with me.
Me? Why?
Just fucking come!
Despite this being Sniping Lee's chapter, this episode starts with Fu having a conversation with Sonic Juice. However, he and Paradox Bandit come in shortly after.
Fu, everyone so far has died.
Battle is about deciding the winners and the losers. It's about the rules.
I get that. I guess humans are pretty tough after all.
What started as an interesting enough conversation about Travis devolved to Sniping Lee only expressing his overconfidence, something Damon is openly mocking.
Ah, the Big Four have gathered. Or to put it a different way, only the Big Four survive.
I'll wait patiently. Could this human even make it all the way to me?
I'm not worried. Sniping Lee here will put this earthling down.
That's what everyone says before they get killed. You're probably gonna die too.
Prince Fu, can I kill this guy? take him out with a headshot.
Damon. Those are some pretty big words there, huh?
It's the truth, Fu. I just want that guy killed. I want to see him torn to shreds.
Damon, this game of conquest isn't for you. It's for me! Keep your opinions to yourself.
Fine. I'll kill him my own way.
I think it's amusing how simple-minded he and Paradox Bandit are, considering what happens to them later on, and you literally get to see this complimented with Sonic Juice sharing this scene with them.
Prince Fu, can I kill this guy, please? I really hate this Earthling.
This is stupid. I'm gonna take a nap and wait.
Don't get killed in your sleep.
I'll take your head first.
Yeah! Sniping Lee is in a weird relationship with Fu. He has very basic needs where all he wants is the rush of the kill. Pretty useful for an assassin. All he has to share is confidence and positivity.
So delicious, Prince Fu. I'm gonna win. I'll eat this tonkatsu and win.
He has no deep thoughts, and he has no advice for Fu. Another way to put it is, he is simply too placating to Fu and what he desires. It's a sign of what some call toxic positivity. Travis wakes up.
Travis.
Yeah, we're being targeted. It's the next ranked assassin.
You hear me, Travis? You got 1 minute left to live. That red mark don't lie. I'm a space sniper. No getting away now.
Something feels wrong.
What do you mean?
This feeling. I've had it before. So beautiful.
Headshots feel so good.
Headshots, headshots all day, every day.
What the hell? What's going on?
When the countdown ends, that's when he comes.
3, 2, 1,
fire!
That's the entrance of someone big and important.
Are you Travis?
Yeah.
Something wrong?
No, just some memories coming back is all.
I'm notorious.
You're tough. What's your story?
I'm a superhero from Earth. And also, I'm the
Notorious here is someone I hope at least some players were familiar with before getting into this game. He's one of the 2 main characters from the Champion Road Beyond story scenario that was added as DLC in Fire Pro Wrestling World for PC and PS4. The story was written by Suda51 himself, returning to the series as this new tale takes place decades after the harrowing story he wrote for Fire Pro back in 1994. This served as a sequel to that old Super Famicom story, but don't think this is the first connection between No More Heroes and Fire Pro. I don't have too much to say about his story within that game, but I find it really cute that there was a tiny implication of him being a superhero. He also appeared in the 7th Pinball novel chapter in Travis Strikes Again.
My apologies.
You don't have shit to apologize for, man. But listen, I kind of feel like a hunter who's had his kill stolen from him.
It pains me to hear this. After all, eliminating external threats is a superhero's duty.
Are you really an actual superhero?
Yeah, albeit part-time, but I am indeed a superhero.
Champion, please, let me take the fight from here. You go wait in the back.
I can't do that. My duty is...
Protecting this town is the duty of the people living here, and I accepted their challenge. But if I were to get killed, please finish this for me.
I will. Travis, touchdown.
3 left. I can see that asshole's head on a stick already. I'm glad you understand, Champion.
The champion is you. You're the real champion.
Shortly after this, Travis is reintroduced to Destroy Man, who's back. Again.
It's been a while. Travis touchdown.
I know that voice. You again, huh?
Yep. Of course you remember little old me. All right then.
Fuck you.
Why? Come on, third time's the charm. Let's have a fair fight this time.
I don't trust you for shit.
I'm not going to pretend there aren't weak parts of this story, and this might be the weakest. Yes, it's a funny throwback, but it rings very hollow. Destroy Man, most of all, feels like something they were merely including by default. It's what was expected of them, but there might be importance in that. Also, the filters applied to his voice make it a little harder to appreciate the return of Josh Keaton.
Travis. We're old friends, right?
Friends?
Yeah, like good old rivals.
Fine.
Let's do this.
Ah!
Seriously? This guy seriously fell for it. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
I don't fucking think so.
After defeating a bunch of the Destroy Many, you come face to face with Destroy Man True Face.
I'm Destroy Man, a superhero. I destroy the evils of this world.
It's a little weird how he presents himself while expressing these statements, like he has this sense of importance, a right to exist. Goddamn superhero. Killing Destroy Man himself was honestly not that great compared to his death in the original No More Heroes, but let's be real, nothing in this universe will ever top that scene. And not just in regards to Suda's games, I mean literally nothing in the world of fiction. It was the most magnificent setup and payoff I've ever witnessed. When I was 17 and played this game for the first time, I was already digging it. But that moment Travis sliced Destroy Man in half after trying to get the upper hand was life-changing.
Help me, please.
What is this I hear from a 7th ranked killer? Whatever. It's over anyway.
Please, help me.
There you go.
That was the moment I realized, oh, this is special. This is something else. This game is officially buying real estate inside my brain and owning a percentage of the land for the rest of my goddamn life. This scene deserves to be displayed in a museum. The birth of Venus, ecstasy of Saint Teresa, the unicorn is in captivity and no longer dead, that panel of Garfield getting smashed through the window, the death of Destroy Man. This is art. And it's the greatest cutscene of all time. I don't give a fuck if it doesn't make sense. It is absolutely glorious. Anyway, while No More Heroes doesn't bear a satisfying Destroy Man kill, it does have this awesome training sequence between him and Notorious.
He was an unaffiliated terrorist. He took money from militaries around the world and tried to mass produce himself to take over the globe.
Have you been watching him?
Yeah, I was observing him. Thanks to you, I was able to stop him.
It's also a very blatant homage to Rocky III, one of the strongest influences of this game's story. I'll take the time to discuss the Rocky films later in the video.
Whoa!
Sonic Juice has not yet noticed.
Can I really hire you to do this?
If it's a contract, I won't. I don't see Damon.
I have not heard from him in several days.
What happened with Sonic Juice?
I cannot get a hold of Mr. Juice either.
He's probably off training again. Sonic is a tough guy. Okay. There was something wrong with me there. I spent too much time fucking around. How many hours of gaming per day?
10 hours.
Ooh, that's too much playing. It should be like an hour, right?
Fu at this point seems a bit unsure of what to do with himself, getting a bit unhinged and bored of his hobbies while only accompanied by Sylvia and a slumbering Paradox Bandit.
Wake up!
Who is it? Oh, I'm still sleepy.
So you can't even beat your desire to sleep, huh? Wide awake now, huh? Hey! Hey!
Whoops. Hey, remember what Sonic Juice said before?
Don't get killed in your sleep.
I'll, go back to the scene in a bit.
Yeah!
Travis wakes up. Sonic Juice's profession is classified as Demon God, but Sylvia also describes him as the Guan Yu of this group.
He is known as Fu's right hand. He is like the Guan Yu to Fu's Liu Bei. He is even called the Guan Yu of space.
Guan Yu was one of the most renowned warlords of ancient China. He was even considered a god of sorts after his death due to his accomplishments. Of course, probably depending on which side you're asking, some would classify him more quickly as a demon, I'm sure. Fu and Sonic Juice actually have a good bit of dialogue together, and they seem pretty attached to each other as friends and cohorts in this ordeal.
I always got Muscat, and you always got Kyoho. Huh.
The sweetness of the grape really invigorates a tired body. It was a little treat to myself for working hard.
Oh yeah, that stuff was good. It's all coming back to me now.
So you remember things too, eh? You have, like, good memories and all?
For most things, I sort of have to gather the pieces together, or I can't remember.
I see. So you are a victim too?
Their talk of memories is a bit strange. I also can't quite pin why Sonic Juice calls Fu a victim over the fact that he's having trouble recalling his memories. Of course, this could be an element left over when Suda planned more connections between this game and the 25th Ward. Anyway, Sonic Juice himself seems to have the ability to predict the future in some ways, and heavily implies that things aren't going to end well if Fu continues with this conquest.
In that case, can't you just give up on this planet?
Sonic? Are you being serious?
Yes, I think it's worth considering.
I can't back down. You should know this. My family's destiny.
Oh, that stuff again. Just do away with it all.
That's not gonna work. Are you backing out on me, Sonic?
I will not back out. I will follow your orders. But I do hope that you will back out.
The future? Can you see it?
I'm not sure. I must go.
What's the future like?
I will tell you when I get back.
This is taking way too long. How long is this guy gonna walk?
Just be patient.
Ugh, it's so damn long.
He's probably tired.
For reals, this is fucking long.
He might be injured.
Isn't this just a huge waste of time?
Just chill, okay? We start getting antsy, we lose.
What the fuck is the point of this? He's just fucking with us now, right?
He's getting closer. Gene, it's time.
Sorry for the wait.
I'm fine. But the younger gamers don't like waiting for shit. And that 5 minutes probably caused a lot of them to scrap this game.
Really? Ooh. Hey, young gamers. I'm terribly sorry for making you wait.
What is a joke that lasts about a minute, I like to think the original script proposed to make Sonic Juice's arrival take 5 minutes in real life, like Travis claimed it was. Sonic Juice confides with Travis how he really feels about Fu's conquest. We also learn a bit more about Sonic Juice's force position in the matter.
You don't look like a bad soldier. Well, either way, if you're going to take us down, you must be pretty tough.
Fuckhead. This ain't the pub. I didn't come here to shoot the shit with coworkers and have a few beers after work and go home. We're gonna fight to the death.
Then let me ask you this. Why do you want to kill me,
If you're gonna fuck up my town, I don't give a shit who you are. You're my enemy, so I gotta kill you
That's all.
I'll be honest with you. I don't agree with Fu. That because this planet is evil, it must be conquered and ruled over. But, for some reason, I am unable to find the roots of evil in your people.
You willing to back off?
That is going to be rather difficult. Fu is terrifying. If I were to disobey him, my entire species would be wiped out. This planet, too, was destroyed by Fu. This world was purged, its civilizations decimated, left with nothing but a legacy of death.
I guess that settles it then. We're destined to fight.
Speaking of forced position...
Let's do this RPG style, Why not fight in the genre of our liking, right? Allow me to demonstrate my power. Encounter! Ah, yes, that's nice. This is how we fight.
Hey, what the hell? I can't move. What the hell is going on?
Oh, come on. You're a gamer, aren't you? I shouldn't need to explain this to you.
My beam katana won't fucking move.
Preemptive strike! Legendary water!
Shit! We gotta attack with command input?
We take turns attacking. It's an extremely fair way to do battle.
Ah, I don't like this. So this is RPG style, huh? Maybe break my damn controller, so...
What? So you don't know... You're certainly behind the times.
Nope. Even if they... I'm not going anywhere near...
It seems Travis isn't a fan of RPG games. People were able to come to some conclusion what was being censored here, but data miners actually found these voice bites uncensored.
FF6 made me break my damn controller, so...
What? So you don't know FF7? You're certainly behind the times.
Nope. Even if they remake it, I'm not going anywhere near FF7.
Travis has one main reason he doesn't care for the Final Fantasy games, and that's...
Why not? What reason could you have to be so stubborn about it?
Because the characters look fucking stupid.
The characters look stupid. The characters look stupid. But do the characters look stupid? The characters look stupid.
The characters do look stupid as shit. Nobody's at fault here. Not even Nomura's designs are at fault.
You are really something, Travis.
What was funny is them censoring a word that doesn't really need to be, so it led people to thinking he was saying something so much worse.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll follow your lead. Off to the world of RPGs.
The theme song during the RPG fight is great since it's composed in the same style as SNES Final Fantasy games, the bane of Travis's existence.
Damage!
That's enough of this JRPG bullshit. From here on out, we're having a good old boss fight.
The theme song to the actual fight is an instrumental mix of Orca Force, the first full Red Orca song we ever got to hear back in 2019. Something I always thought would end up being the track for the final boss, but I felt this adds how significant the confrontation with Sonic Juice is. It's a very memorable track and a memorable part of the game for various reasons. Some of the original lyrics kind of remind me of Sonic Juice too.
Loser! Sonic Juice has been defeated. Wait!
What?
I submit. I give up. I cannot fight pointlessly any longer.
Begging for quarter, huh? So even aliens have that sort of thing.
There are people waiting for me on my planet. I cannot die yet.
Fine, you're an interesting guy. You fucking dick prince!
You're getting soft, assassin. You can't beat me like that. You're too soft.
Fu kills Sonic Juice over his betrayal, no longer serving any real purpose for him if he's not going to fight the only real threat to his plan. Fu's nonchalant behavior also shows how far down this hole he's gone.
Whatever. Let's settle this here.
Yeah. Looks like we've got the stage all set.
Bring it!
Fall!
Sylvia puts a stop to the fight using what I can only assume is a warship from Tiny Metal, the only game Area 35 has made thus far. I guess I'll try to play it myself sometime.
With that kind of technology, I could have come to this planet without full armor.
This play of slaughter enters the final act. Round and round, Travis. Go round and round this hell of battle. Go round and round and round again.
Sylvia is really hammering this idea down at Travis, and it's similar to what she told him at the beginning of the game as well.
I need to talk to you!
So this is hesitation. Fuck.
Shit. How can I even talk about Paradox Bandit? He was a master of explosion. I can only guess he was an explosives expert when they needed that kind of artillery for conquering planets, but he died a handful of cutscenes ago. There isn't even an intro scene for this episode. I guess the way I see it is that it's the lowest point of a toxic relationship where one party gets so unhinged and enraged that they end up severely hurting or even killing the other out of pure anger, all over a minor inconvenience. I've seen shit like this go down before. I knew a guy who got his skull fractured due to a friend smashing his head with a guitar. It took him a long ass time to recover, and that's a luckier case. It's kind of appropriate that Paradox Bandit represents the lowest and most harmful point of a toxic relationship, considering he was ranked directly below Fu, the one closest to him, at least on the board. We didn't see the two interact much. That to me makes this kill slightly more senseless, toxic, and heinous. Fu didn't feel the need to kill Sonic Juice until he felt betrayed by him. Fu felt the need to kill Paradox because he saw him sleeping. With that said, we move on to the next boss confrontation, which is Henry Cooldown, whom the title card is likely referring to.
Little brother.
You came, you cosplaying dickhead.
Battle is all about rhythm. If you can pick up on certain rules and signs, you can leave your body to the rhythm and simply let yourself dance to it.
You know, having a brother like you, it's fucking embarrassing. You
He briefly made an appearance in Travis Strikes Again, running a cult known as the Order of the Emerald Knight, and needless to say that he's been on a path so unique that it probably deserves its own spin-off game. Marvelous, if you're hearing this, don't take that seriously. Very little is known about what Henry has been up to since the events of No More Heroes 2, but the man clearly came back with a story to tell. I've expressed in my original analysis that the confrontation between these two represented clashing warrior ideologies, the Samurai of the East versus the Knight of the West. Two cultures that never actually clashed in real history, but share plenty of similarities. It was great seeing a duel of these ancient cultures cap off this story back in the original game. Like many things in No More Heroes 2, they missed the point with Henry's involvement. He was kind of just there, and then left. Then he came back again for a bit, and then left again. It felt like an obligation to have him involved, much like most of the returning cast, looking lamer in the process. You need that coat, my man! This makeover is by none other than Takashi Miyamoto, character designer for the Silver Case, Flower Sun and Rain, and the 25th Ward. Now, Kazaki, I love your work, but wow, what a glow up! Oh my goodness, who does your makeup? Anyone who thought this is a step down is dead wrong. He looks incredible. The Ghost House will not tolerate any bad mouthing of Miyamoto's art. I won't allow it. I also love that he has his own pair of shades to complement Travis's signature look. And how about that voice?
How many times must I say this? I saw a movie about God, and it just flowed through me like electricity. I realized the anguish of having such a good-for-nothing little brother, and came to the conclusion that I have to stop you.
Some people weren't too keen on the new voice actor, and I understand that to a degree. That whole situation with Quentin Flynn was pretty damn messy to say the least, but I don't feel like going into it at all. I'd rather look into what the reality is, because now we have Mark Allen Stewart, who was fantastic. People complain that the new actor didn't provide an Irish accent, but I think the casting director, and perhaps even Suda, saw an opportunity to provide a completely new angle. I find it much more disrespectful and distracting when the new voice actor isn't allowed to give their own new spin on the performance because they're expected to sound a certain way. It's what leads us to flaccid voice acting such as Troy Baker's Joker or Dan Castellaneta's Genie. I'm not saying going in an entirely different direction is always a good thing, but it tends to provide better results more often than imitators, at least in my opinion. A lot of people also couldn't get over the fact that Henry literally got inspired by one or more Thor movies and how some MCU junk influenced this change in character. First of all, that's kind of ignoring literally everything else Henry is about right now. Second, I think I have an explanation, at least in my own little world of analyzing these games. As I've said before, at the end of No More Heroes 1, Travis represented the Samurai of the East, and Henry ye old Knight of the West. Side note, isn't it funny that Travis and Bishop were talking about Miike's samurai period pieces right before this confrontation?
You know what makes Miike perfect? He's even good at period pieces.
Here it is, the big 3 period pieces.
The best one has got to be 13 Assassins, right? After that, it's Ninja Kids.
And Henry, leading the Order of the Emerald Knight, has a name for his beam sword.
Taste my cursed crucifix blade.
Pretty much all Old English knights were devout Christians. These warriors were each birthed from a culture that would spawn generations after their time is long past. And what would the Japanese samurai's culture create many generations later? Narrowing it down to what's relevant at this moment, tokusatsu and anime. The things that shaped Travis to be the lethal nerd that he is. A total weeb, right? And thanks to colonialism, the generations that came after Old Knights went to America and would much later create parts of its own culture, that being comic books. At least the most common sense of what a comic book is. And what did that eventually spawn years later? A flurry of over-bloated, over-budgeted, overrated action movies siphoned of creativity in favor of more CGI lasers. But it's still a significant part of modern American culture. This shit is hugely popular, and it's something so significant, I can't fault creative people for being into it. These movies inspire folks. Not sure to what capacity, but they certainly inspire folks. So, Henry representing the Knight of the West getting inspired from a Marvel movie makes absolutely perfect sense to me, and is kind of a hilarious evolution to my study of his character. Anyway, in this scene, Henry feverishly tells Travis about the past they shared, and a lot of this is probably stuff he didn't even remember.
Quit getting in my way with your personal bullshit!
Hey, do you remember?
Nope.
Listen, little brother. It was a snowy day. We 3 siblings made our escape from our serial killer father. We ran through the snow. I was holding Jean, who was still small. And you were crying as you ran. We spent days and days in the woods. We built an igloo out of the snow to escape the cold. We had finally found our way to a major road. Those huge cars moved in and surrounded us, the adults. They took us, and they tied us up. After that, I lost all my memories.
I think this revelation is what really changed Henry and caused him to become like this. And if we're to continue this thread of him representing characters from Suda's Kill the Past games, his third eye being green can emphasize his awakening and realization of his true being, much like Garcian awakening as the Bloody Heartland at the end of Killer 7. This could be a new form of how he represents a perfect clash with Travis and his own character. As I've discussed in my analysis on Travis Strikes Again, Travis and the history he represents for Grasshopper Manufacture is an analog for Suda and his trek in this industry. Travis is what Suda has become through all of his experiences and how he views himself to this day, for better or for worse. Notice he was sporting the purple jacket and huge scar above his left eye, much like Garcia Hotspur, an infamous icon within the Grasshopper community. Many would consider this game to be the turning point for Suda abandoning the auteur nature of his older games like The Silver Case and Flower, Sun and Rain in favor of the gore fest like Shadows of the Damned and Lollipop Chainsaw, and even No More Heroes to a degree. While I've said time and again that it's a very narrow-minded way to look at those games, I understand why many of Suda's fans wanted to see him tell a story like those older games again, something much more nuanced and full full of depth, something that finds comfort in the bizarre, and not just be bizarre for the sake of it. Travis still sports his eccentric features and has even bulked up a noticeable amount to look more like the typical brutish heroes of Western action games. Meanwhile, Henry from head to toe looks undeniably like a character from what those would consider Suda's golden age, down to being designed and drawn by Takashi Miyamoto. Unlike Travis, Henry here has failed to kill the past. His past. He's obsessed with it, and the whole thing has corrupted him beyond recognition. All Travis cares about is the future and what he's going to do. Perhaps that's why after Henry drops multiple bombs in Travis's past, he could not give less of a shit.
So fucking what? This is something you gotta bring up right here, right now?
I definitely give a shit. I want to know more about Travis's childhood. People even theorize this has a slight implication that Travis and Henry were both of the 11 Aleki children, as discussed in Flower, Sun, and Rain. There's room to debate regarding that, but I love literally everything about this scenario. The entire confrontation with Henry feels like something right out of Suda's Kill the Past ethos, which I think he was even aware of. Why else get Miyamoto to design just one single character? I noticed a lot of Kill the Past fans that didn't enjoy this game at least loved this scenario. I also like how the fog Henry brought with him made the entire city of Santa Destroy look lousy with pollution. While his introduction had a background song that sounded a tad familiar to the We Are Finally Cowboys mix originally associated with Henry, the theme of his fight has a wildly different feel. It still has a droning rhythm like the Golden Brown mix, but feels more down low, almost somber. I like to think it's an emphasis that this is no longer the Henry that we knew, because he remembers everything now. Maybe the track is called We Are No Longer Cowboys. Just to reiterate, I was never silent how asinine his involvement was to begin with in a narrative sense, how worthless his involvement was in No More Heroes 2, and his cameo in Travis Strikes Again being nothing more than a teaser for things to come. So this, to me, is them finally making an interesting character out of him, story-wise.
Not yet! This isn't over yet! Don't cry, Travis! Don't cry! Don't you fucking cry!
This entire scene was really distressing to me. I kind of wonder what Henry means by telling him not to cry. I think to cry in this context is to remain a child, to never grow up, to think the world revolves around you and has tends to your needs.
I was holding Jean, who was still small, and you were crying as you ran.
This is something you gotta bring up right here, right now?
Right here, right now, is exactly why I bring this up, little brother. You were always crying. Keep on crying as you live, as you always have. Now, keep on crying as you die.
I like to think that's how he interpreted Thor and his chemistry with Loki in the first film. Maybe that's what Kimmy meant about her tears crystallizing, becoming solid, never going away. She never grew up, and in the end, Henry wants to make sure Travis doesn't fall in that same hole. I also found it really scary how Henry quickly scurried at Travis as he screams in a rage of emotions while hammering at Henry's mutilated body, letting everything out in that moment.
Travis!
Sylvia's here to alleviate the scene a little bit.
This has nothing to do with the rankings, but how does fratricide feel?
Refreshing.
That is great.
Yeah. Sylvia, once all this fighting is over, will you listen to me? I need to talk to you.
You are right. I will think about it.
As it ends, the camera slowly pans to Henry in Sylvia's room. Regarding what's going on with Henry, Kill the Past alumni posit that it's a form of death filing, a term that's tossed around a bit, but never really explained in the Silver case. Still, people consider it the act of seeing yourself die in order to essentially ascend or progress. It's been shown in games like Killer 7 and the 25th Ward. It's really a lot to unpack, but we're not here to talk about these games. Guess we'll just have to save that for another time. But ooh, him peering out the window like that, ooh, I love it. If I'm to take an aimless swing, I say this is an implication that Henry still has unsettled feelings for Sylvia. Years have passed since their divorce, and part of him will always be with her. Perhaps he resents Travis for being the one that managed to steal her love from him all those years ago. Sorry, but when Suda outright refuses to explain this scenario, all I can do is make guesses.
Travis beats the crap out of his top half. Then the camera pans up and you see Henry in Sylvia's hotel room. Can you tell me anything about what was... I still can't stop thinking, did that really happen? What is going on?
To give you the most detailed answer possible, I don't know. The thing is, you never really know just exactly what her deal is. You know, what is she trying to do? Why is she doing this stuff? What's she gonna do next? Why she was in that hotel room? What Henry was doing in there? Why Sylvia's doing something like that? That's just Sylvia, man. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, that's just how she is.
Believe it or not, Eraserhead is my most spiritual film.
Mm-hmm. Why elaborate on that?
No, I won't.
What? Is this a bug? Seriously? You're just gonna bug out here?
Travis gets caught up in a soft lock. He's shouting at various programmers of the actual game to do something about it.
Hironaka! Leader! You around? Takumi, you there? Kuroda! Huh? Iwasaki? Ah, you're not there either? You gotta keep the save-related stuff in working shape, man!
Nothing clicks back until Henry's gang busts into his bathroom. Isn't this nostalgic? I also can't help but notice they've got broadswords, like old knights.
You screwed up.
You piece of shit!
I told you, as your older brother, it's my duty to kill you.
It's gonna take more than this to kill my ass!
That's good, little brother! Struggle! Suffer! Scream! It's over.
The conflict between rival brothers never ends, I suppose. And with that, Travis is dead. Let's take the time to cover the side stories you can experience in the game's open world, presented in the same style as the pinball novels from Travis Strikes Again. There's 3 different stories that revolve around unique characters you don't see outside of these limited visuals, all written by Masahi Uka. I think. A weirdo on the quest to pull a Thanos on food he doesn't like, an old man that misses his granddaughter, a robot that ran away from his directive. I can't say I was able to grasp too much from these stories, but here goes. Sweet and Dangerous Gemstone is about this eccentric fellow convincing Travis to do a little mining in the most obtusely worthless side mission. This leads him to getting a helmet that has the amazing ability to wipe out 2/3 of any food item. Remember how I said he would pull a Thanos? The 6th chapter of this story is literally called Endgame. The chant to perform the spell is also close to the intro song to Mahosukai Sari, one of the very first magical girl stories from Japan. And the food this dude hates the most? Apple pie. Travis doesn't take kindly to this, or even the helmet's ability itself. If I were to guess, this could be Suda, or Uka, reflecting on how much he adores aspects of Western culture and sees a lot of people from Japan, maybe around his age, not being as open. Apple pie could signify American culture, you know the old saying, as American as apple pie. Perhaps this is what Travis meant when he says it's not good to be a picky eater. It's not good to be xenophobic or have your mind closed from the culture of others. The next story is Magical Girl's Impact. An old man shows Travis this compact that he immediately recognizes, as it's based on what's often used in Magical Girl manga and anime, the source of their transformations. He even mentions it's from the 70s, which is the era this form of entertainment really took form and grew in popularity in Japan. The old man says it's from his wife that passed away and that he wants Travis to give it to his granddaughter who's in Santa Destroy. Travis goes to the park to find two twin girls. It doesn't matter which you give the compact to, they transform into a single magical girl. After this, Travis reports back to the old man and already figured out he never had granddaughters, but that the magical girl he met was actually the old man's wife. He explains to Travis that she used the compact to make a wish to see her sister again and has been stuck there ever since. It sounds like the wife simply wanted to go back to her more innocent days, or possibly just see her sister, whom I assume died at an even younger age than she did. I also don't think it's a stretch to say that the old man represents the showrunners behind the Magical Girl franchise. If I'm not mistaken, every Magical Girl series was created and written by men for decades, until Sailor Moon by Naoko Takeuchi back in 1991. In Coffee, Pie, and AI, a robot waitress requests Travis to help the network find a robot that has gone astray where they cannot contact him. Travis finds him at the ocean, just trying to feel something. You get an idea of how far advanced this artificial intelligence has come, seeking individualism, their own identity. Travis was suggested to simply destroy him for going AWOL on the rest of the network, but decides not to. He sees him as his own being and isn't hurting anyone, so why not just let him be? The robot also mentions Maslow's hierarchy, the fourth stage specifically, the one that discusses how children yearn for that sense of accomplishment, a sense of esteem, that feeling of self-worth. Maslow said that kids really need that kind of reputation and respect from others in order to begin developing their own self-esteem or dignity. And going through all these stories, it really hit me. Travis is being a dad, and these are basically children he's dealing with. An immature, picky brat barking orders at you, a lady trapped in her youth who misses her sister, an AI that's only beginning to learn what it's like being a human, as a young child would, rebellious and all. I'm not sure if the correlation here was entirely intentional, but I do like seeing this mature, wiser part of Travis who probably picked up on stuff taking care of two children in his coupling with Sylvia. This is a side of Travis I can't imagine if I'm only seeing the context of the original No More Heroes, but after his growth in Travis Strikes Again, it goes perfectly with his character. With that said, let's get back to Travis. How's he doing? Oh yeah, he's dead. Let's play some Deathman. Huh, this seems familiar. Playing this little mini-game that's in this new title, and it's designed in the style of yesteryear arcade goodness. It's also kind of boring. Well, while you're watching me spam jump kicks, I think it's the perfect time to plug Sukeban NYC! They're blowing up 2022 with the new spring lineup, such as the new Kiseru Tea, Punk Bubblegum Tea, and last but certainly not least, the Ghost House is proud to introduce a new mascot for Sukeban, Mayon! Do you miss Naomi's obnoxiously huge bust from No More Heroes 2? Maybe these ghastly gazongas will do you just fine. Expertly designed by Kenji Watanabe, best known for his legendary work on the Digimon franchise. This champ probably made some of your favorite childhood creatures like Gobamon, Gatomon, or Agumon. Please check out Sukeban's new badass streetwear through the link below.
Count your sins.
This scene depicts Travis inside the death drive, eventually being rejected from staying in this purgatory. He even has a little conversation with Deathman, which is similar to his talk with John Winter, except more shallow. It's worth noting that in the original scene from Travis Strikes Again, he was using a cloned body as an avatar of sorts, transporting his consciousness into this clone located on Mars. So this begs the question, was that the original body of Travis we've been playing with up to this point? Or a clone the way it was depicted in Travis Strikes Again? I suppose it's possible, but it doesn't clarify everything, like how he ended up in this unmarked grave.
Anybody there? Hey! I'm still alive down here! Somebody give me a hand, huh? Hello? Anybody there? Gravekeeper! Hey! Hey!
In Travis Strikes Again, he had the Death Drive, and put simply, his physical body absorbed the abilities of the Death Drive. And one of those abilities being, I guess you could say, resurrection.
This is one of the more muddled bits of the game's story either way, and people weren't too keen on how much it borrowed from Travis Strikes Again's original ending. From what Suda told us shortly after the game's launch, this scene was not part of the original script and was born from a completely scrapped scenario.
We ended up cutting about an hour worth of cutscenes. There's one scenario in particular that really sticks out in my memory. Near the end of the game, Travis gets killed and he ends up getting sent off to a place called Blackhole Prison. In this prison, Travis meets another prisoner named Fleming. They talk things out and it's revealed that Fleming is not only from Shadows of the Damned, but he's also Midorikawa's father. There was another entire scenario that was going to go over this, but due to time and budget constraints, we ended up having to cut the entire thing. I'm really happy with the way the game shaped up in the end, but that's one of the things that I really would have liked to include.
Fleming, huh? The Lord of Demons? I guess that would have explained why Midori bears the title Dark World Princess, and why her chapter was called Hell. Maybe Blackhole Prison was where Garcia ended up during Travis Strikes Again. Midori skulking around Earth makes more sense too, with this considered. I could see someone with a deep connection to Fleming finding her way to the human world, much like Paula in the original Shadows of the Damned. I guess we can consider that she had adoptive parents. Shit, for all we know, Midori has no idea who her biological parents are. I have to emphasize though, all of this was removed from the final game. I'm not sure how much of this Suda as a writer considers canonical. He does retain rights to these characters and said he has plans for them in the future, so who knows? I appreciated the original concept of Shadows of the Damned merely existing as a video game in this world, but now it seems real? I don't know, there's something I really don't like about that, but I'm interested to learn more and see how it affects Suda's future games. Also, me and a friend had a theory about the depiction of aliens, how the modern era of media basically uses them as a substitute for demons, but the concept lines up almost perfectly. While I'm not wild about Shadows of the Damned coexisting with No More Heroes in this way, I do like the idea that these aliens aren't even the traditional sense of space aliens, but demons from what Suda calls a stand-in for the world of the dead. Perhaps that's why some of the bosses are having these strange, vague memories, their past selves when they were part of the living world. And never mind the fact that they're literally called demons multiple times throughout the game.
Kill me! Demons don't got shit on me!
But I'm jumping ahead.
Help me!
Are you okay?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Seriously.
What a pinch, huh? Getting buried alive like that.
No way. For reals? You're...
My name is Miike. You're a friend of his, right?
He is quickly saved by none other than Takashi Miike, and I guess this is a good place to talk about why Suda pays so much homage to him as a creator. I actually wasn't too aware of his work before playing this game, but I did write up a hit list of his films and try to watch as many of them as I can before analyzing this game, and even watched a few not mentioned by name in No More Heroes 3. I still haven't watched his entire filmography. I don't think most people on planet Earth have. but it has become obvious to me why Suda respects him so much. Also, Ichi the Killer is totally an inspiration to the original No More Heroes. Stupid asshole gets wrapped up murdering other killers simply because he was tricked into it, and it all stems from a traumatic event he had as a kid. I wish I looked into this movie back in 2018. Anyway, Miike speaks a lot of his mind through the main character, and this guy's got a lot to say through his work. I'm still learning about the Japanese creator little by little, but the guy has a knack for both sides of violence. Dark, disturbing, torturous, and over-the-top ridiculousness. A good quote from the book Outlaw Masters of Japanese Film describes Miike best, I think. He writes, "Probably the single most impressive thing about Takashi Miike is his chameleon-like ability to adapt his filmmaking sensibilities to almost any kind of scenario. There are outrageous, violently over-the-top fights, a fancy guaranteed to offend, as well as surprisingly tender, complex dramas of multi-character interaction. Most often, there are traces of both in his movies. There have been critics in both Japan and the West who have been dying to pigeonhole him based on his wilder, crazier pictures, calling him flavor of the month and the lowest common denominator director, catering to the sick fantasies of jaded urban fanboys, but these naysayers have failed to see beyond the viscera and bullets. Even Miike's most extreme pictures are distinguished by a balanced spectrum of complex emotions and a rare attention to character development. Miike is a director particularly attuned to the realities and rhythms of the street." Chris D. I thank Robert Edwards for bringing this quote up in his short video that does a good job describing Takashi Miike as a creator. Check out his video, link is in the paste bin. But simply replace Miike's name with Suda's and pretend they're talking about games instead of film. Hell, watch Robert Edwards' video and pretend he's talking about Suda. So much of this lines up perfectly. And while he wasn't able to reprise the role himself in No More Heroes 3, he did give props when the game launched. Although what's really funny is that a lot of Miike's filmography isn't readily available to buy or stream online from an official service. That includes plenty of what Travis and Bishop discuss. So if you want to watch stuff like Visitor Q or Gozu, you need to go on websites that are a bit questionable.
And nobody notices that the true awesomeness of Miike is in the fact that he used this film shoot as a way to further his own technical staff. So basically, in the next Yakuza apocalypse-style full-on Miike film, these systematized techniques are really gonna come alive, right? Miike is a greedy dude. A hella greedy dude. That Takashi Miike, man. What's Miike's best film? That'd be Gozu. What do you think? Gozu, of course! What's the most badass Miike film then? Dead or Alive? You? Shield of Straw. What's the most fucked up Miike film? Audition, right? I'd say, Visitor Q. Oh shit, I haven't seen that one. You have no idea how much Miike loves the original material. That's bullshit. Miike never read the original. The script is what's most important. The script is what the entire art form is based on.
A lot of these films never even got a DVD release overseas. Either way, Takashi Miike's influence on Suda is definitely not one we can dismiss.
Takashi Miike's cameo in No More Heroes 2 is one point where everything comes together. Not only the inspiration for Travis in his games, but also where some of my own personal interests really cross over with Travis's interests as a character, as well as the themes of the games and general overlying themes of the series.
Mr. Miike, I know you just totally saved my life, but I've got a request. Do you mind?
What is it? I'd be happy to do whatever I can.
Could you film a live-action version of No More Heroes?
Trav! Everyone's here?
Master! You're alive!
Shinobu! Our defensive battle was a success.
The champ's here too.
Welcome back, Grandpa.
You're here too.
You'll be going up against him next, Trav.
Yeah.
And she's here too.
Don't worry about me. My dad took that asshole on by choice. Don't misunderstand. I got no beef with you.
Charlotte, the bloodlust is back in your eyes.
Don't call me that.
The scene of Travis getting all hyped up with his friends is really cute. You know why? Because this game is all about the power of friendship. Yeah, let's go! Take a shit.
I am the prey! Go back to the boonies!
How bleak. It wasn't that long ago, but it somehow feels nostalgic. It feels like it was years ago.
Give it up for Travis! Humans aren't all bullshit after all.
A great compliment to all of Travis's friends getting together to hype him for the final episode. The finale starts with Fu and Damon, all alone. And the two have really dug into each other's minds at this point.
I hate punks. They're violent, evil psychos. Kinda like you, Fu.
But the big blue alien describes Damon being just as responsible for what's happening here.
I have nothing to do with this. I was simply dragged into it all.
You really believe that? Think about it! Why would Travis come here? Was it a coincidence?
Because he's an assassin.
No, you wanted me to do it. To kill Travis.
I never asked you to do that!
We're connected here. So I wanted to fulfill your wish for you.
What? For me?
I like to think he's trying to make Damon realize that perhaps he's not a good person. He can clutch his pearls over Fu's actions all he wants, but what is he doing to help out humanity?
Yeah! It's easy!
When Travis enters Damon Tower, it starts with a straight line of brainless goons for some reason.
Stop it! Right on!
Here we go.
This kind of reminds me of those odd debates about No More Heroes 2 having a point behind those needlessly long enemy waves. How the point of 2's dumb long waves was to make a statement of how Travis got sick of killing for the sake of the UAA. Nothing ever really convinced me that this theory held any weight, but hey, with how much I'm analyzing and reaching, who the hell am I to judge?
Sorry!
Travis, hello?
So you actually made it all the way here! I'm more pleased than surprised. To think that there was a shining pebble in the rough of that trash planet after all. You're that shining pebble, but I'm a fucking diamond! And that's quite a huge disparity.
I really like some of this dialogue, as it serves as another good example of how much Travis has changed over the years. Fu makes statements that are similar to what Travis has said in the past.
Do you really fear me that much?
What the fuck you say? Fear? What the hell is fear anyway? I can't even comprehend the emotion you call fear.
Do you like killing?
Live for it.
Do you like fear?
Can't say. Never felt it.
Travis also mentioned Blackhole Prison, likely a remnant of the original script and the scene they removed regarding Fleming.
Cause trouble, and you'll get scolded. But nobody's ever scolded you before, have they?
My daddy scolded me once. I was punished and was sent to rot in space prison.
Blackhole Prison? It's basically paradise. That wasn't punishment. You just went on a nice little vacation abroad.
Yeah, just keep talking. Keep fucking talking!
Go on, get angry, you fucking loser! Get all nice and salty for me! Fucking assassin! There we go. Those eyes, right there. The dumbass is turning into a beast!
And call back to my initial review on No More Heroes 3, this is the scene I actually wanted to show when gushing about pro wrestlers getting overdramatic and in your face with their challengers and heels. I adored seeing Travis get right up at Fu and fucking screaming at him. It's such a great scene and peak voice performance between Robin Atkin Downs and Noshir Dalal.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you!
Oh, nice, scary eyes. That's what I want to see. Come at me. Kill me. Demons don't got shit on me. I'll kill you! You're getting real fucking crazy now. That's what I'm talking about.
I really like this fight a lot too. It was considerably more challenging than the previous bosses the first time around, as it should be, and almost as a throwback to No More Heroes 1, he has various deflect frames and can immediately counter you as punishment, so it's up to you to find his openings and exploits.
Screw fucking death kick! Spin death throw!
Then the second phase happens and it's just Mustang dodges while your buds come in to assist, as I only take a slight helping of the crow.
Trav! Destroy this thing!
Okay, looks like we're square now.
Go, champ! Grandpa!
It's kind of deflating of a finale, to be honest. Not to say that the scene ending this confrontation isn't great.
Master! He's wide open! Now's your chance!
Here we go!
Here's a goofy twist where we witness this grown-up version of Fu wasn't necessarily him as an adult. The Fu Damon met as a child literally didn't age, only using this tall body as a shell to fight and conquer. Don't be surprised though, he gave it away at the beginning of the game.
Cute little me from back then and the handsome-ass me now? We're the same. Nothing's changed.
Fu leaving. Fu go home. I want to see my daddy. I love you, Damon. I love you, Damon. I love you, Damon.
I loved you too, Fu.
Damon? Damon?
Goodbye, Fu. Now fuck off!
I think this explains why Fu acts the way he does, why he's so toxic and aggressive towards everyone he befriends, as well as carrying horrible behaviors that make him such a detestable individual to the standards we typically have for adults. I think Fu is perpetually stuck as this immature hellion of royalty. After all, he shows proven signs of unhinged antisocial behavior that show up early in the life of young boys, behavior they normally grow out of, such as lashing out against others easily, hurting his friends, having severe trust issues, and torturing creatures weaker than him. Ever pull the legs off of bugs when you were a kid? This scene is a little harder hitting when you think about it too. I remember a theory I heard about that Fu didn't understand what it meant to say, "I love you," because of how he says it in the introduction. Like he thinks it's just some kind of greeting. But this last scene with him hit me once I deciphered it. He knows what it means, and he genuinely did love Damon, and only Damon. What does it mean to Fu though? I think he associates that phrase with the most precious moments of his life, the time he spent with Damon as a child, when he was being taken care of, when things were more simple. Damon, now an adult, has gone down his own path since then, clawing his way up as CEO of this multi-million-dollar urban development company.
I love you, Damon.
I loved you too, Fu.
He replies in past tense. He no longer shares that love with Fu. He can't think of going back to that time to reminisce, as he's made up his mind. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about those scenes between Damon and the mysterious man. Unlike the other pinball novels, this little tale of Damon is not an optional side story, but occurs as you make progress in the main game. The two have these discussions of what Damon's inhibitions are, his desires. Damon only wants to kill him. But who? Travis? That's what most would probably assume at first. Maybe he saw how easily Travis and other random dicks were lopping off these alien fools and decided that Fu won't be capable of finishing the job. So he started to look into the matter himself, having talks with someone from a deep, mysterious underground part of society. Of course, you'll come to realize that isn't the case. There was some debate on who this man could be, but there's no real answer. Some said it's Henry, which is understandable. The model looks mostly the same, although he's voiced by Josh Keaton, the actor for Destroy Man.
Sounds like a good plan. I'll take the job.
The transfer is complete.
Confirmed. The job will be done shortly.
When? When are you gonna do it?
Before the autumn winds blow.
Seriously, I'm really counting on you. Please, kill him.
No need to rush.
He's also bald and states he doesn't kill people. Perhaps an Emerald Knight, since they all wear the same clothes. Although it's worth mentioning, none of the models in the bathroom scene nor concept art look like him. His portrait in the pinball novel made people think it's supposed to be young Harmon from Killer 7, although I went even crazier and thought it was Aramata from Moonlight Syndrome. This game was Patient Zero to Suda's Kill the Past ethos all the way back in 1997. I'm probably incorrect and can't say that with confidence since I've only cleared about half the game thanks to a fan translation, link below, but it would be a cool connection. I think in the end, it doesn't really matter. He's a strange individual who has immense power to strap a bomb to a ship, I guess. Back to Damon. It's easy to believe that first he's talking about killing Travis, but if you look at what he's saying, it's so obvious he's talking about Fu. The way he describes his target. Just thinking about him makes me nauseous. I want him to disappear. I feel like I can't breathe. It's like I have something stuck in my throat, and I feel like I'm gonna die. It's all just too much to deal with. I at least speak for myself when I say this is exactly what it feels like to have suffered trauma from someone you thought you could trust. It's a horrible, almost indescribable feeling. Now, does this sound like a guy who's mad at an individual who beat him up once and stole his shit a few years ago? No. Damon is expressing this awful, abusive relationship he's been dealing with lately, and all we've seen is Fu belittle him, scream at him, and treat him like vermin. Even outside of his abuse, Damon wasn't exactly thrilled by his actions up to this point either. It kind of makes me think this side of him that's morphing into this demonic Carpenter-esque being isn't from his contract with the mysterious man, but something inside of him that's been forming and festering ever since he made contact with Fu. But that's neither here nor there. Now that Damon finally killed Fu, he reveals the stakes aren't quite over yet.
It's all you, Travis. You hit me, didn't you? You hit me! Not even my dad has ever hit me!
Oh, okay. So you're the asshole who forced Juvenile out. I remember now.
Also, things are about to get a whole lot weirder.
Thunderbreak!
No way! Nobody told me about this! What the fuck is happening?
Hey, that Glastonbury thing. Call it.
That's been decommissioned. Too much dark matter. It deteriorated.
I gotta get one last jab at No More Heroes 2.
Wait a moment. The death gauge is going off. It is transferring something over from another dimension.
Transferring?
Transferring what?
Some sort of unknown, huge object.
So, what's the MacGuffin that's going to save them? Final Destroy Man? Kusabi in a power suit? The Handsome Men? Nope, instead it's something pretty much nobody could have seen coming.
Here it comes. Any second, the transfer is complete. An Arsenal rollout model has arrived.
What? The mech from Damon X Machina? From the Japanese publisher Marvelous and Arsenal?
And it's the rollout model. The model with the same coloring system as the Glastonbury.
Travis, hurry up! Use it!
I cannot get over how No More Heroes 3 literally has a Deus Ex Machina to fight Damon, and it's a mech from Damon X Machina. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in this series, and I absolutely love it. The credits begin to roll as the fight commences. Hey, that's familiar. Travis and Damon get launched into another dimension.
Where the hell are we?
The edge of space. Maybe even the promised land.
Nice place for a final showdown.
We've come so far.
The train keeps going. On and on forever.
It's over, Travis.
Looks like this is the final stop.
From what I've been told, the Japanese subtitles phrase Final Stop as Final Destination, as his finale is an homage to Super Smash Bros., a crossover fighting series that Suda has rallied to get Travis in, but could only make it as far as a Mii costume. Tragic stuff, but that's reality. I can only guess Suda decided, screw it, I'll make my own Smash Bros. Firstly as a joke when writing up the game.
Strawberry.
Right on.
I wrote up the Smash Bros. Fight, kind of screwing around. It mainly started as a joke. I was going to say, okay, we're going to have Fu and Travis take each other on in a sumo-style fight. And hey, let's make it Smash Bros. I wrote up a total rip-off of the Smash Bros. Style, and we started developing it. When I saw it taking shape, I thought this might be a problem because it was really Smash Bros.y. I decided I should change it, or completely get rid of it altogether. But before I did that, I actually went and spoke to the people at Nintendo to see what they thought. I was kind of surprised that they told me, no, do it, go for it, we think it's really cool and it's better like this. If anybody gives you shit for it, we'll take responsibility. Sakurai himself even said, yeah, this is cool, you have my blessing, go for it.
We'll settle this with sumo.
Sumo? Like Japanese sumo wrestling?
Yeah, real men settle shit with sumo.
Right on.
Finishing off Damon's Devil Trigger mode, he begins to fade away into nothingness, expressing every multi-million-dollar net worth CEO scumbag's biggest fear: death.
I don't want to die! 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 I don't want to die!
I've still got somewhere to go home to. But you don't!
I don't want to die! I don't want to die.
Be sure to apologize to Juvenile and have fun hanging out with Prince Dickhead in hell.
More credits roll while highlighting art of the characters throughout all the games. This little slideshow combined with the fast-paced music really helped accentuate the end of times. Memories attached to each of them were rushing through my head while hearing this. Games? We're met with a mid-credits scene of the remaining characters paying their respects and farewell to Badman.
Nice place for the home run king, huh? Working, old buddy. Fucking dying on me like that.
Daddy, I was never able to say this, but you always looked so cool hitting home runs. You always bought me marble fudge ice cream after your games. I actually wanted coffee flavor, but you always assumed that a little kid would want marble, so I never said anything.
I really like that Bad Girl included her bat as part of the funeral display. As much as I detest her lack of involvement, I do like the idea of her giving up this life for good. Just as well, all things considered.
Good night, Daddy. My own, no more hero.
With one last awful line, the game ends with the original song that was remixed and filtered throughout the end of each chapter, Night in Prague.
Give me a break.
and I think it gives us one last look into the relationship between Fu and Damon. After all, Travis Strikes Again also ended with a melancholic song, and the track's lyrics described Dr. Juvenile, who ended up being the main villain stalking Travis throughout the game. I'm led to presume this is the same case for the final credits in No More Heroes 3. Let's look over the lyrics of this somber, haunting tune. Whose dream was it that I had that day? I was sad. I cried. Is that dream yours? You were crying in Prague. I couldn't hear you, but I cried for no reason. That's what it must have been like. Somewhere, time stopped that day. You must have met me in a dream. But it's sad. I've always wanted to apologize. I'm sorry. So, remember how I mentioned Fu and Damon shared a connection through the form of his third eye? I think the song emphasizes on how strong their bond was that really felt a level of empathy beyond human understanding. It's hard to say which villain specifically they're referring to, but my money is on Damon. The questioning of the dream is interesting. CNET writer Amanda Caprito has described that a dream can mean a collection of thoughts, struggles, or emotions that are relevant to the dreamer in some way. So that line, "Was that dream yours?" makes me think Damon was seeing one of Fu's dreams, or it could be vice versa. He's understanding him more and more with this psychic connection. The line, "You were crying in Prague," makes me think of Damon, as Prague is in the Czech Republic. But it's possible that Fu was becoming cultured enough to learn that through Damon as well. The song specifically stating Prague had me do a little research, and what is one of Prague's most famous pieces? Its astronomical clock, which is located in Old Town Square. It not only tells the time, but also the position of the sun and the moon in the sky. Built in 1410 and the oldest clock in the world that's still operating, it was used for astronomical purposes during the Middle Ages, showing the current state of the universe. It also bears statues that symbolize vanity, greed, lust, and death. I think in a lot of ways, these symbols perfectly describe many of the bosses, as well as Damon. The significance of one recognizing the other crying in Prague emphasizes that no matter where Fu was in the universe, he can always feel Damon. I'm further convinced it's referring to the ancient astronomical clock in Prague, since the later line is, "Time stopped that day." The idea of time stopping, even for a moment, could also mean that this was a big revelation for Damon or Fu. The very moment one realizes the other's connection has gotten this deep, Damon or Fu know, deep inside, that their fate has been sealed. The sad nature and how much the singer is crying and profusely apologizing is interesting too. It makes me further believe this is Damon pleading in a state of turmoil, perhaps at a young age. Like the mysterious man said, his heart is weak, pitiful. It's easy to presume that early on, Damon knew he had to do something about Fu, especially after seeing everything he caused by extension. However, he still loved Fu, and at one point was his best friend. Damon wasn't happy having to deal with Fu, but also we can see why he pulled a burning bet on him, killing Fu at his most vulnerable. A human can only take so much abuse before taking matters into their own hands the second they see the opportunity. Thus, the vicious abuser's timeline of friendships ends with his own death. I love everything about this song. It's beautiful and helps accentuate how somber these villains really were in the end. I was pretty taken aback that people claimed they had no depth. But whatever. This gang of miscreants were all damaged beings, tortured under the hands of Fu. The dynamic these characters had are why I found them so compelling. Meanwhile, Travis goes through his own hardships, but not without making new friends that want to support him. What? I wasn't kidding when I said the game represents one of the corniest themes ever, the power of friendship. The demons flying out of the portal reminds me of how Suda talked about the cut story bits, like how Travis was supposed to take a trip to Blackhole prison after getting killed by Henry, maybe a stray element, just like that line Travis said earlier. Anyway, there's 1,000 things one can say about this ridiculous post-credits ending, some which we'll discuss in a bit, but what's important to me right now is that they're merely upping the crazy twist that the original No More Heroes ended on.
Fu's dad, huh? Well, someone kills your kid, I guess you're gonna get mad.
Hold up now. Do not jump to conclusions. I have traveled vast distances to come to this planet, Earthling, to enter into a peace accord. The representative of Earthlings.
Do I fucking look like it?
In that case, it would appear that peace negotiations have failed.
What? Wait a second! Damn! Who the hell are you?
Dad, it's me.
Have you forgotten what your own kids look like? What a shitty dad.
Hunter and Jean. Is that you?
Who? Master's children, the twins.
Wow, you guys have gotten big.
They're from another world.
Wait a second. Hunter and Jean? Is it really you?
We came from the future.
It's also funny recalling that the original game ended with that to-be-continued graphics serving as a Back to the Future homage, a sci-fi comedy about time travel. Travis's descendants traveling through time to meet him in this game kinda helps accentuate that we've come full circle with this ending.
This is Jean's son, Scott. He's your grandson. I didn't mean to hide it, but getting to fight you, I was so happy. You're so tough, Grandpa.
Hold up. This is like the actual final for real's ending? What the hell is going on? Somebody, explain this to me.
Travis, the battle is not over yet. Your next opponent is up to the north.
You came from the future to kill Uncle Henry.
That cosplaying dickhead killed you and is counting down to this planet's destruction?
Oh, snap!
My great uncle teamed up with some super messed up aliens and was attempting to conquer the planet.
So we have to change the future.
Come with us! Come with us, otherwise you're gonna die.
Oh, snap!
Welcome, Travis, to the Garden of Insanity. Next up, Family War.
Ah, snippity snap!
So, a few last thoughts on the story. Going back to my theory on Fu and his cronies considering themselves as beings of higher power than lowly humans, treating this part of the world as their own playground. Like I said in my previous video, they do consider themselves like figures of Greek mythos because of how they treat the world and the people around them, but using their services as they please. When it comes to each other, however, there seems to be more even ground. Well, most of the time. While this nor the idea of superheroes had that much relevance in the story, I think my little theory on how they consider themselves gods is sound. This could also be a side product of Suda being inspired by The Boys, a comic series turned TV show, and Suda even got Derek Robertson, the comic's lead artist, to draw original art as well as the cover for No More Heroes 3. Seeing the way Fu interacted with the characters, most especially his friends, reminded me a lot of Homelander and how he treated everyone as part of the Seven so far throughout the show. An immature, manipulative, violent bastard that pushed everyone around, especially those he can easily crush. All of the other heroes shared this toxic relationship with him, mainly because they didn't have a choice. Of course, from what Suda told us, the original script would likely have dived deeper into the subject.
I wanted to have Travis in a world of superheroes acting normally, saving people, fighting for justice, but in reality, they're actually evil. Travis would find this out somehow, get wound up with these guys, and end up fighting them. I had this basic outline in my head, but when I sat down to flesh stuff out, I looked at other works for inspiration and references. At first I was thinking of something along the lines of Watchmen. As I was looking at other stuff, I realized that there were already a few things out there that were similar in different ways to what I was thinking up, like The Boys for example. So I didn't want to do anything too close to something that was already out there and well known. So I started to think about how to tweak some of the detailed story elements and gimmicks I wanted to add into the game.
I was initially disappointed that the characters nor events from Suda's earlier games had much impact on the world of No More Heroes 3. There's the posters in Bishop's shop, but that feels kind of cheap. As cheap as these games having t-shirts in No More Heroes 1? I'm not sure. However, I gave both Travis Strikes Again and No More Heroes 3 a lot of thought after all this. What does it mean for Travis to interact with this Kill the Past world Suda has been building for decades? While a lot of people said Travis Strikes Again was the beginning of this Sudaverse, the truth of the matter is he's been doing this since the fruition of the company. These callbacks, these returning characters, these instances of No More Heroes interacting with the likes of Dan Smith, Aoyama, Akama, Shiroyabu, and others are more like this hack and slash series stopping by briefly. It's like Travis says, he's just a passing assassin. He isn't here to stay. He just passed by to see what's going on. Besides, we got a lot of things to chew on anyway. I don't think it's a coincidence that Scott, our time-traveling grandson, has a red ribbon attached to his head. And before you think that's just a coincidence or random design, we're talking about a game directed by Suda51, the director of Flower, Sun, and Rain that had the protagonist use a silver case throughout the entire game, long before we're to realize this is, in fact, a continuation of that game's world. Even so, I was certainly mistaken thinking these games were entirely necessary to understand the story beats in No More Heroes 3. Nobody told me the study materials would be a shit ton of Miike films. I can't deny that part of me expected to see the likes of Kusabi sulking around Perfect World, he was already in America, or Kuryanagi going guns akimbo at one of these alien ghouls, but I don't know. I think being heavily seasoned in these games helped enhance the experience in a different way. If you played all of the games directed by Suda51, you get a better idea of how he's willing to treat a game like No More Heroes with those worlds in mind. It helps one understand how he likes to write his games and how he provides themes in a very underhanded fashion, which we can discuss in a little bit. However, Suda has also talked about how there were originally supposed to be more connections between this new title and his previous Kill the Past games.
There are a lot of other things that we had to cut from the game, such as connections to the Silver Case, for example, the character of Kamui, which we would have delved a bit further into his roots. Unfortunately, there were a lot of things that we weren't able to realize in the end. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I regret not putting the stuff in the game, but I think it would have been a lot of fun not only to work on the stuff and make it a reality, but also to see how fans would react.
Some things never change though, huh? While we're on this Kill the Past talk, and Killer 7 for that matter, I feel like bringing up Badman, or Shigeki Birkin, and his very unceremonious death. Looks like that black dog finally caught up to Badman, like a few decades later. Originally a character from Killer 7, specifically a serial novel side piece written for a magazine back in 2005, Shigeki was the main character, and this story related to Dan Smith and Curtis Blackburn from the main game. He's inherently a part of that game's universe over a decade before Travis Strikes Again, his first appearance in an actual video game. So he technically isn't a No More Heroes character, he's a Killer 7 character. This man has squabbled around enough in Travis's world, and now this series is making for a close. It's time to get rid of him. Thus, he's killed almost immediately after interfering with this game's story. Although, Suda has said before that he'll do everything he can to make Killer 7 Complete Edition a reality, restoring 2/3 of the game's script he removed for the original 2005 release. And that will most likely include Badman as part of the equation. I'm pretty sure this won't be the last time we see our bat-wielding assassin. I'll be waiting for you in the past, Birkin. I love the idea of Suda finally continuing to build more upon his world of Kill the Past, but I understand he didn't want to do such in a game he won't even get to keep the rights to. And even then, I'm sure No More Heroes will, in a way, be sort of relevant to these games. Everything he makes is connected, as he says. Just like people of different countries don't hear about events that are significant to those specific regions, not everyone from the 24 wards will be that aware of this alien invasion that mostly occurred in California and ended within a couple weeks. Maybe Kamui hanging out with Travis for a bit throughout No More Heroes 3 was his way of returning the favor when Travis was stopping by and interacting with him and other characters from his Kill the Past games throughout Travis Strikes Again.
I wouldn't really say that No More Heroes 3 is the center of the Grasshopper universe. It's a really big and complicated thing. There hasn't been a particular game or location that would serve as the center of the Grasshopperverse. That's not to say that place doesn't exist. I've actually been considering a lot of this, and possibly sometime in the future, maybe the next game, or the one after that, there's a really high chance that we will touch on something like that. Travis Strikes Again was probably the last game that had the most of these cameos and crossovers with other games we've worked on before. There was a reason for that actually. That game was made as a commemorative game for Grasshopper's 20th anniversary. Travis Strikes Again is so far definitely the game that has the most of these crossovers, but still not exactly a central point for that universe. So to reiterate again, it doesn't exist yet. But in the near future, something that does serve as the center of the Grasshopperverse is pretty likely to come into existence.
I also found it really intriguing how often the aliens discuss memories and their past selves. Some had outright trouble seeing their past and or future. It's almost as if they can't come to terms with the idea of only existing in this game. They have no real history, no background, no place in this universe that Suda is building. They're just puppets that have to play their part for this single game, never to be seen again afterward. Which makes it even more intriguing that the only ones that gave us a more proper backstory are Midorikawa and Notorious. Characters that have been established for years outside of this game. That's because Suda clearly has plans for them, unlike Fu and the rest of his friends. So while I did enjoy the story a lot, it isn't without fault. I think Bad Girl and Shinobu getting fridged from the get-go was really lame. I was extremely surprised they were being treated like this in the story, especially Shinobu, who's an easy favorite among fans. Badman I'm a little less surprised by, it's something Suda has a knack for doing in successors and continuations. The problem is though, there's no discernible reason for them to treat Shinobu and Bad Girl like this in the first place, other than giving Travis a hammed motivation to fight again, and perhaps they didn't want him to have a team by his side as he was climbing the ranks, a rule the game itself doesn't really follow all the way through. There's also no real payoff to be had either. I remember first thinking Shinobu was gonna come back halfway and have 6 arms like the goddamn Azura. One of them was already cybernetic, so why not 5 more? Or Bad Girl, through her trauma and finding her dead dad, gets her mind warped back to her No More Heroes 1, they're gonna pay with their fucking lives mentality, while wearing Badman's mask and hellbent on killing anyone standing in her way. But instead, they just show back up near the end of the game, almost as if nothing happened. Granted, this little arc of theirs is more clear if you visit their spaces frequently, which I imagine a lot of people, understandably, didn't. I also want to stress again that Destroyman's involvement felt more tacked on than anything else. Not that I think you can even do much with him at this point. I wasn't wild about Dr. Naomi either. Not because she was literally a skill tree now, I actually thought that was awesome, just the fact that she only has 3 lines of dialogue and no added character. They even hit us with that cool connection being Dr. Juvenile's long-lost sister.
Loading the DD system. Awakened, sister.
But after that, they give us nothing else. I think the scenario that sticks out the most for me would be Travis's confrontation with Henry, which I want to talk about a little bit more. Every single moment of that was stellar. Suda has a few different sides to how he presents himself. And this one felt like something that came from that side that wrote Killer 7 or the 25th Ward. This grim, dire confrontation with Henry left such a heavy impact on me. People that hated the rest of the game loved it. Part of me wished the entire game was like this, but then it wouldn't really be No More Heroes. While the original game has its share of darkness, it wasn't all like that, right? Overall, I actually enjoyed Travis Strikes Again's story and presentation much more. Heck, I think almost each individual Death Ball world had more personality and charm in its atmosphere than this entire game. Not that No More Heroes 3 has absolutely none, just that Travis Strikes Again oozed so much more personality, I think. Maybe it just comes from this being less of a personal trip through memory lane of Suda's life, as it's deriving more from pop culture elements. Although I don't mind how much the game is glazed in pop culture stuff. A lot of it is fairly obfuscated? I've seen a lot of people claim that he takes too much from pop culture stuff these days, which is just asinine to me. We can debate how much pop culture stuff there really is and works like this, but what's undeniable is that it's part of the DNA for No More Heroes. It's how the original game came about, after all.
At the time of making No More Heroes 1, I wanted to somehow incorporate all of the things that had influenced me. So when I thought about what it was that I liked the most at the time, what sprung to mind was the American TV show. Within the show, the one that I loved the most was so I wanted to make the main character similar to him. I also thought it would be interesting if he was like a Jedi from the relationship between Sylvia and Travis was based on that of from and I wanted him to ride a bike that seemed like it was from This game is a result of creating with a spur-of-the-moment idea, and without imposing anything on myself.
I would bet good money that this is how he felt about directing and writing up No More Heroes 3 as well. It's chock full of spur-of-the-moment ideas that don't have that tight a grip on the rest of the game, such as the tokusatsu openings and endings, or Travis and Bishop gushing about Miike films. And as you can probably tell from the timeline, we're not even close to finishing up yet.
Blackberry! Mulberry! Revenge!
Hey, you know what paradise is, right?
Paradise.
This is paradise, the place where dreams are fulfilled. Well, you've had your dream, old man. Time to wake up.
This is no paradise.
All right, then what is it?
Now that we've looked over the entire story, it's finally time to discuss what the biggest theme in this game is. And as pursuit of fashion, it's something that isn't explicitly stated in the game, just something you pick up on that's constant, as long as you're paying attention and taking everything into account. While playing No More Heroes 3, I kept thinking about that old monologue playing inside Travis's mind when he was fighting death metal in No More Heroes 1.
Everything in its right place. It's the perfect life. It's the life of winners. That'll be my life. I thirst for selflessness. Hypocrites lusting for their own desire to get killed by young rookies like me. This is how it goes down. And for the old killers, they'll croak anyway. I guess you can call this a comedy. I realize there's really nothing here for me. But what else can I do but keep going? Maybe I should have been a little more careful before I jumped in. Gotta find the exit. Gotta find that exit to paradise. But I can't see it. Can't see anything. There's this sense of doom running down my spine like it's trying to suck the life out of me. I need to get rid of it before I bail. Something deeper. Deeper than my instincts is taunting me. Can't find the exit. Can't find the exit. Can't find the exit. Can't find the exit. Can't find the exit.
He can't find that exit to paradise. It's possible he was meant to find it in that fight with Henry at the end of 1, but the universe, and by that I mean positive reception and big sales numbers, said no.
Sylvia, now that's paradise.
He thought he found it at the end of No More Heroes 2, but he was unable to escape his legendary status, and even his family couldn't make him happy. Travis was offered an emulated sense of paradise from John Winter, where this body he was hosting would be able to spend eternity on a quiet, peaceful Mars. Travis rejected it as he felt there were still responsibilities he had to uphold back in his actual life. And now, in No More Heroes 3, we're seeing that he can't get to paradise even if he tried. Not even the paradise we heard a surprisingly pivotal character to the entire series explicitly state.
This is no paradise.
All right, then what is it?
A place to die.
Huh. I'm glad you and I are on the same page here. Here's your ticket to paradise, old man.
Travis is unable to die. It's hard to tell if Travis ever actually wants to die at any point in this journey, but the fact that this universe surrounding him refuses to let him die is very prominent. Travis is stuck in this seemingly endless adventure where he's not allowed to have a conclusion. He's not allowed closure, and he's not allowed to be relieved of his responsibilities. Here's where we can talk about Deathman a bit, as well as Travis' touchdown as a person in this world. Looking back at the intro of the game, Travis talks about how he loved playing Deathman but couldn't remember how it ended. The game even has a premise that's very similar to No More Heroes 3, hinting at the connection these two possibly share.
These aliens from the planet Death take over Earth, and they print the human scores on their arms. Deathman fights against the Death aliens. To protect the planet Earth, he kills off all 10 of the top evil Death aliens.
Travis says the identity of Deathman is revealed when you finish the game. The closure this mysterious title provides is at the end.
When he kills General Death at the end, Deathman reveals his true identity. Who really is Deathman? How did it end? I can't remember. I totally forgot. The mystery of Deathman is still unsolved for me.
But Travis can't recall who he is. He's even feverishly clicking around this fake YouTube to look for the ending, but it's nowhere. Why wouldn't it be easy to find? Has World of Long Plays not covered this? However, not only is there a remake happening for Deathman, but you unlock this very game to play it yourself. Travis will finally discover the truth behind Deathman. But when you actually play the remake, there is no ending. The game kicks you back to the title screen and asks you to play it again, and again, and again. Deathman gets no satisfaction, no truth, no closure, just like the player. I mean Travis. I mean the player, since Travis is the player of Deathman. See what I'm doing here? There is no identity revealed, there is no end to the story, there is no closure. Same goes for Travis and his story. His life will never end. Even when Henry supposedly found a means to end his life, Travis's kids won't allow it. The universe won't allow it. Travis will never reach paradise. That exit is closed. It's been closed since 2007 when all this started, and now he's stuck in this Mobius strip of a life. I like to think this game's story looping with the New Game Plus feature is part of the narrative too, just like it was for the sequel to Hotline Miami, a game duology Suda loves. I think a small hint towards this came from seeing Travis constantly wake up throughout the game. Travis wakes up. 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 Why do they insist on having this game show numerous instances of Travis fast asleep then waking up in his home base? I think this is the biggest hint on what's going on with Travis, besides playing the Deathman game. I theorize that during Travis's first confrontation with Fu, he, perhaps accidentally, killed Travis. While this wasn't his intent, seeing how badly he wounded Travis, it seems too convenient that he just winds up back on his bed shortly after, on the second floor. I think something about Travis, the death drive, and this being his home has more to do with why he keeps waking up like this. Suda has explained that the death drive itself is what keeps him alive, as we saw plainly when it came to his confrontation with Henry. Also, if the theories are on point about Henry death filing at the end of his fight, it makes this all the more interesting. Henry, a new representative to Suda's older Kill the Past games, uses an old method he created to rise from death, and Travis, a newer one from his more recent game. Travis waking up from his slumber seems much more important than people would probably give it credit for. To be honest, this didn't hit me until folks started data mining to find unused lines from Travis and Bishop's podcast.
On the other hand, I don't even know why I said on the other hand, but what game would you want Miike to make?
If Miike made a game... Damn, that's hard. AAA, indie?
Either one.
Being set in Japan and all, it'd be the same as that other game, so... Oh, wait, I know! Bravo Man!
Bravo Man 2, directed by Miike.
Oh, that would be awesome!
It's perfect.
So this little dialogue was written, recorded, and even stored in the metadata, but not used for one of the many sequences. And that moment I listened to this, I was like, I guess him being asleep and waking up was more important than this. Oh my god, him being asleep and waking up is more important than this. Either way, Travis being unable to find that paradise or closure is the main drive to this story, I think.
Hey wait! Sylvia, there's something I need to talk to you about. Sylvia, I still need to talk to you.
Notice Travis keeps trying to talk to Sylvia. He's trying to be a part of his family again, but she gives him nothing. Kind of like how people were begging for oodles and oodles of closure from this game and this world's story. Something Sylvia nor Suda will provide. So it's not even worth attempting to discuss what was Travis going to talk to Sylvia about. There is no answer to that.
Failed to talk to her again. Sylvia, once all this fighting is over, will you listen to me? I need to talk to you.
You are right. I will think about it.
Travis isn't allowed to have closure. He's destined to this shit for eternity. Sylvia actually told Travis, and the audience by extension, all of this pretty plainly multiple times.
You are in the eye of the storm, so you cannot escape or just disappear. You can only fight here. Round and round, Travis. Go round and round this hell of battle. Go round and round and round again.
Another weird little bomb to drop, and I thank my buddy Adrian VG for really planting the seed in my brain. No More Heroes 3 as a story is literally just Suda rewriting No More Heroes 2. You might be saying, what? That's outrageous right now, and I wasn't so sure myself when I first heard this, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. There are so many similarities that are way too specific to be coincidences. Travis pisses off a powerful being by killing someone considered close to them, thus creating the catalyst for his motivation. Post-first boss scene has Sylvia insert herself back into Travis's life after not seeing him for years. Killing said boss causes Travis to lose a close friend of his own, which many players have questioned, wait, were they really that close? Travis is teeming with rage right outside of the burger suplex as Sylvia informs him of how to start exacting his revenge. The assortment of bosses look like beings that don't even belong in this game, never mind this world. Kimmy is there to disrupt the order, interlopers are killing off bosses you're supposed to fight a few too many times, one of the bosses deeply discomforts Travis in a horror movie setting, Destroyman is back to be annoying again, Takashi Miike happens to be visiting Bishop's grave, the deaths of particular bosses near the end are the most affable and respectable, the confrontations giving Travis more resolve. The final confrontation ends with Travis ripping his heart and throat out, demanding his final opponent to let out all of his anger at him. Travis is slowly falling to his doom in the sky until impossibly planned happenstance rescues him mid-air. Both games have a final boss that are thinly connected to the previous title. The true last fight is something both absurd and obtuse, and, this is a bit of a quasi-comparison, both games end with an exchange between Travis and Sylvia where at face value, it doesn't really feel like the end of the story. And if you ignore the SD MCU parody final scene, both games end with a blonde woman saying basically the same line.
Travis, my no more hero.
Why write it like this though? It isn't uncommon, especially these days, for creators to essentially replace the sequel to one of their works because that original sequel was by someone unrelated to them, or they simply didn't find it to be satisfactory, or both. Suda has never explicitly stated that he dislikes No More Heroes 2, and he's not one to discredit an entire game made by his studio just because he couldn't be more involved in it. Grasshopper's vague crediting system makes it difficult to even pinpoint how involved he was to begin with, but the general consensus was that his absence is felt throughout that game. So, assuming Suda even has regret for how No More Heroes 2 presented this self-inserted Travis touchdown, he's not really going to express that outright. However, I think he tends to get a bit cynical with at least some of his games. I've noticed this as I've been playing through the titles he has directed the past few years. The commentary they bear can get really dark, almost scathing at times. Damon being the CEO of an urban development company is no random decision. Suda has plenty to say regarding modern housing and apartment complexes and has been shouting this out for decades. The cynicism is certainly felt in Travis Strikes Again, which was a look back at Suda's own career, and not all of it was exactly glowing. So I think No More Heroes 3, in a lot of ways, served as a means for him to basically redo No More Heroes 2, showing that the kind of story it bore can be executed well, all while finding a balance to be just as, if not, more ridiculous and almost nonsensical in its narrative. I'm not going to make you forget about that sequel, but I am going to show you how it should be done. After all, if there's anything he has criticized regarding No More Heroes 2, it's the story.
With No More Heroes 1, we wrote the story first. We made it based on my scenario, but for 2, it was the opposite, and we did the characters first. If I had to say, the story was rather thin. That's the difference between 1 and 2.
Interesting that he considers the story to be thin when it has almost the same exact cutscene runtime as the first game. This quote also leads me to believe that he didn't write the entire story either. As I've said before, all he's ever said on the matter No More Heroes 2 is that he was the scenario writer. The way No More Heroes 3 is presented led fans to think even Suda himself couldn't do a proper follow-up of the first game with how he wrote this new title. I think people who legitimately think this story is just as bad, if not worse than 2, need to take a step back and try to look a little deeper into how it's written. Instead of being a near worthless sequel to No More Heroes, this game serves as a mocking commentary towards the idea of near worthless sequels to No More Heroes, how it can basically destroy the protagonist of the story in this endless purgatory. We got our proper follow-up / growth of Travis back in 2019. This isn't about Travis anymore, it's about No More Heroes, and how it needs to be dead and buried.
You hear that, Marvelous?
Imagine being Suda, where you haven't been able to fully direct any game outside of No More Heroes these past 15 years. I don't think he hates No More Heroes or anything like that, but I do think he's saying it's finally time to close this book and move on. At least for him. Which is why I found it weird to see fans were demanding DLC or even a director's cut when he clearly just wants to be done with the game. Maybe we should have taken the hint from how he opens up the song Night in Prague before the instrumentals even come on.
Give me a break.
He was the writer. It's also worth bringing up the game's absolute rejection of the typical hero's journey structure. No More Heroes in this game means Travis is no more a hero. He can't grow or change because he can't complete the monomythic cycle. No More Heroes never really followed the hero's journey structure to a T, but the previous games definitely had trace elements throughout. However, No More Heroes 3 pretty much rejects it on all counts. As stated before, Suda rewrote a lot of the story during production, and I think it's safe to assume much of what was removed contained this element of superheroes, those of the goddamn variety. I think it's possible that in the original script, Fu was trying to have his own hero's journey because he got caught up in the superhero buzz swarming the country. I'm sure on a very surface level, Travis is the villain in Fu's eyes, but in the final game, Fu definitely fits the bad guy role perfectly. I also imagine the original script gave a little more purpose to those scenes of Fu, spending time with other ranked aliens, enjoying the fruits of life, and sharing memories. It would have been more of a tragedy that Fu was losing his friends, thus giving him more reason to finish this journey he put himself on against the big bad Travis touchdown. This could also explain why a lot of elements from Travis Strikes Again's Eve of War chapter never really get followed up in No More Heroes 3, most notably Notorious describing that he used the method of detecting villainous threats, and it seemed to direct him to Travis. This all would have made the finale and his downfall more tragic, at least a little bit. Again, I'm just theorizing what the original script was. We might never know what Suda initially wrote back in 2018 or whatever, but I feel like this could have made for an interesting story where you begin to question who is the actual villain of the story when neither side really fits the hero slot all too well. Thus, the goddamn superhero angle from 2019 makes a little bit more sense, especially merging that with the game called No More Heroes. It might have even added more to the tokusatsu angle, which is definitely a beast of its own. Also, for what it's worth, this who's the actual villain perspective was a big theme in The Last of Us Part 2. All things considered, I feel Suda made the right call, as he likely didn't want his story to look like a blatant knockoff of other pieces like these. Whether or not you find the story weaker due to this rejection of the hero's journey is more up to you and how you choose to take it all in. I think for a cynical commentary towards heroic tales and sequels, what we have works great, albeit messy. Anyway, one of the reasons I think it's important to highlight how much No More Heroes rejects the hero's journey structure is because this mainline trilogy was inspired by Rocky, a series of films that started with one that proudly rejects the Hollywood formula of storytelling. Suda has spoken about how much Rocky 3 was a big inspiration to No More Heroes 3, which I'll get into, but before that, I wanted to talk about the first two films a little bit as well. I watched Rocky 1 a long time ago, but didn't retain much of it. Rewatching it in the context of No More Heroes was funny because it had similarities I can't ignore now. A downtrodden, raven-haired meathead is merely looking for a purpose in life, can't get an ounce of respect from his peers, but builds himself up to reach for greatness. In the end, they're leaving this final fight defeated, but with only a particular woman on their mind.
This is where it all ends. Right, Sylvia?
And the cherry on top of this? Both Rocky 1 and No More Heroes 1 start with the protagonist whistling their own theme song. And if I'm gonna get really crazy with this thread, the end of both assure the audience that this is where the story is supposed to end.
Ain't gonna be no rematch. Ain't gonna be no rematch.
Don't want one. Too bad there won't be a sequel.
The similarities don't end there either. Rocky 2, a sequel that arguably wasn't necessary but came to fruition due to the first piece's success, not only cranks up the melodrama, but also depicts Rocky as this weird sellout hero that the public decided is actually awesome, complete with cartoonish worship of this once underdog that made ends meet pummeling at no-name bozos. Again, I can't ignore how much these films are sharing with No More Heroes. In comes Rocky 3, where, like Travis in this game, our favorite fighter has exhausted his garden of madness. Any willing opponent doesn't stand a chance against him, thus someone from outside his realm comes in to pose a threat. This movie's villain makes sure to deliver a message begging for a challenge, demanding the protagonist take his invitation to a one-on-one brawl. One of his closest friends gets killed by said villain, all while an early confrontation against him doesn't go quite well. The protagonist checks in on their incapacitated friend immediately after losing their first fight with the antagonist of the story. He goes through a heavy training process while the main villain relishes in his ivory tower while being a total asshole you just love to hate. In their final fight, the protagonist knows how to drink the villain's rage as he gets right up in his face.
Come on, champ. Hit the face. Come on. Again, come on, champ. You're so bad. There ain't nothing.
Oh, nice, scary eyes. That's what I want to see. Come at me. Kill me.
demons don't got shit on me! I'll kill you!
This film also has considerably more glamour and action than ever before, while also satirizing that sellout aspect of the protagonist seen previously.
Whatever. Let's destroy it! Woo! That makes a much nicer parking lot, huh? I'm gonna build my tower right here.
One of the overarching themes of the series was Rocky. A lot of Travis's story reflects that of Rocky Balboa.
Film analyst Sage Hayden describes Rocky as a film that spends a long time letting you get to know Rocky as a character, complete with small plot points in the story that people claim went nowhere or describe as redundant, but in reality they're effective as they make you feel for the main characters on a deeper level than usual. He also describes how the catalyst for the film doesn't occur until halfway through the runtime. Extremely unorthodox for a movie, especially one as acclaimed as Rocky. It's a film that abandons the idea that a story needs to be structured in a certain way in order to be palatable, and just have it come out as you believe it should be. That's what Stallone and Avildsen did. So just like how Rocky rejects the Hollywood formula of writing film, No More Heroes rejects the hero's journey approach. Fitting, right? I guess what I'm trying to say is that a No More Heroes movie needs 10 separate scenes of Travis doing menial work that each lasts at least a few minutes. Miike. But am I also trying to give credence as to why some of the writing just feels a bit asinine or the scenes feel awkwardly executed?
It's me.
Sylvia, is that you? Don't worry. You're a good secretary. I'll allow you to live. Don't kill him off too quickly.
Ooh, a quick kill! That sounds like a nice plan.
A J-Buck makeup, but looks won't lie. It's time to wake up and kill the pop!
The champion is you. You're the real champion.
I'm Destroy Man, the superhero!
Good night, Daddy. My own No More Hero.
I don't know. Maybe. Now, I realized as I was analyzing No More Heroes 3, it was inevitable that this game would cause a huge divide within people that follow Suda's work. Basic No More Heroes fans ate it up with no real issue besides complaining about the ugly open world, from what I can tell. But people that appreciate the rest of Suda's work definitely expressed how disappointed they were in No More Heroes 3. There are times where Suda talks as if he was obligated to make it a certain way. Not by the hand of Marvelous though, it was just an internal feeling he had, that there was a lot expected from him when it came to this game.
One thing that I felt was absolutely necessary for No More Heroes 3 was to make sure that it exceeds whatever the players are going to be expecting from it. So on one hand, I've got these ideas that I want to put into the game. On the other hand, I've got fan expectations and fan requests, and things that the majority of fans are definitely going to want in the game. And so I have to reverse engineer in a way, putting together things that I want to put together, but also imagining what the fans are expecting, and what the fans think is possible, and working backwards from there to meet in the middle, but at the same time be sure to exceed fan expectations in this way. So that was actually by far the most difficult part of No More Heroes 3, making sure that it not only met my own expectations and my own wishes for my game, but met and exceeded those of the fans, and making sure that it wasn't too big, and therefore be detrimental to other parts of the game, while making sure it wasn't too small and didn't end too quickly either.
It's so weird. He played it safe, but also didn't. The way he designed this game feels kind of cynical, almost adding this narrative that he's sick of No More Heroes and what's expected from a new entry at this point. You want open world? Fine! Here's the most barren, lifeless open world we can muster, complete with sparse, samey NPCs, husk resemblances of locations you recall, and an annoyingly inconvenient means to get around. You want Travis in Smash Bros? Here you go, except it's literally just a 2.5D boss fight with the health bars reformatted. You want collectibles? Here's some gacha horse shit with blotchy figures. Look, even Travis loves it.
Gotcha rocks!
What's that? CIA? Nuclear triggers? Pfft, fuck all that. Big funny alien invasion, and we're leaving as much as we possibly can open-ended and completely unexplained. Maybe all that talk of Santa Destroy being converted into a theme park by Utopenia is because this game is actually a Utopian theme park, an assortment of by the numbers, this is what gamers want, cheap thrills in designated locations. No soul required when all it takes to make something related to your favorite hero is smacking their face in the center of it. Say, do theme park tickets still cost roughly $60? accompanied with cartoony aliens designed to be marketable toys, designed to rake in more money for Utopiland, designed to sell, sell, sell. You like boss fakeouts? Here's a bunch more. This is what an action game is. This is what an open world game is. This is what a No More Heroes game is. What's that? You hated TSA because it wasn't a gory third-person slash fest? Here's hours upon hours of it with little to no deviation, just like No More Heroes 2, your favorite. Fuck the atmosphere. You gotta fight with the same background surrounding you endlessly like this is some bizarre tech demo. This game is nothing but a satire on big budget game design, open world crap, and No More Heroes all in one package. Yes, this game is bad on purpose. Now
I'll wolf it down like the Netflix hogwash you like to binge, you fat pig!
Nah, I'm just kidding. But who knows? Maybe Suda is trying to make an idiosyncratic statement about AAA game design, and how if Grasshopper has to fall in line, they're gonna do it kicking and screaming. I don't think I'm completely off the ball either. Suda is aware how things have changed in the games industry, especially the audience.
I'm fine, but the younger gamers don't like waiting for shit. And that 5 minutes probably caused a lot of them to scrap this game.
Really? Ooh. Hey, young gamers. I'm terribly sorry for making you wait.
You don't have to go that far.
I also firmly believe you can enjoy mainstream stuff and still find things to criticize within said mainstream. I also find it peculiar that Travis expressed appreciation for nearly every Deathball world and hero throughout Travis Strikes Again after only some bitch fests, but wasn't as thrilled about his opponents throughout No More Heroes 3. It's almost as if Travis, like Suda, finds more to appreciate from the independent scene of the video game industry these days than the big AAA monsters. Travis Strikes Again certainly felt like an indie project, with perhaps a bit more money than some of the most renowned indie games, but No More Heroes 3 certainly doesn't have the means or budget to stand up to gigantic multi-million-dollar budgeted monsters blazing on your PlayStation 5s or Xbox Series X-Eds. It's funny, thinking back to Travis Strikes Again, that game was a big part of Travis's growth. We saw him become wiser, experiencing these worlds, and also getting back that sensation of fighting. His soul rediscovered what it means to battle and to express himself, even if it was only in the virtual world. He was so much happier before, playing video games, away from all his peers, and he even managed to find a way to paradise. Now with No More Heroes 3, it sometimes feels like Travis should have never come back. Maybe this is what Doppelganger is trying to tell you throughout his appearances, that this world is now dead and on its way to destruction. Soon, it will be no more. And with that,
You can't be serious. All this time you didn't realize.
What are you talking about?
I'm your twin brother.
What the hell? That's the craziest shit I've ever heard. Why would you bring up something like that at the very last minute of the game?
a lot of people might be confused why I speak so conclusively about the franchise at this point. Well, it's not just me, Suda himself talks like this is the end.
After 5 years of sort of borrowing the IP and having the freedom to make the last two games how we wanted, it's time to give it back. Throughout the development of the game, it was always sort of in the back of my head that this is the end of No More Heroes, of Travis' story.
Many have claimed that No More Heroes 3 ends on a cliffhanger, but I think that's a really immature way to look at the ending. Think all the way back when the original No More Heroes was brand new. Suda did not intend to turn it into a series, and barely considered it to be part of this universe he was building through games like The Silver Case and The 25th Ward. Hell, he's even talked about how the original ending was to have Travis die by Sylvia's hand. Obviously that changed once the game was finalized, ending with a confrontation against his twin brother Henry, but that ending we received was likely still a means to end this world of Travis.
Let me ask you, how do you plan to put an end to all of this?
Wait a sec. You want me to tie up all these loose ends? I don't think so.
You're the protagonist. I'm just a cool, handsome foil who happens to be your twin brother. Hate to say it, but it's your job.
Then let's find that exit they call paradise. Let's go!
Does it matter who won this duel? Not at all. And like Sylvia said,
too bad there won't be a sequel.
Even so, how absolutely insane of them to end with this big revelation of Henry being his twin brother, and also married to Sylvia. This shit hits us directly after we learn about Jean, Travis's sister, whom he once considered a love interest. The cherry on top of this Jean, the little girl accompanied by Sylvia in the final cutscene. Is Jean her daughter? His daughter? Who knows? It's 2007 or 8 and we're left with no explanation, no real closure for this mountain of questions the player may have. No More Heroes would rather leave you with that instead of definitive answers. In a way, we as fans had no right to ask what happens beyond this duel between Travis and Henry. I think back when they were making it, Suda considered No More Heroes a closed book as he moved on to other things, but the overwhelmingly positive feedback it received in the West gave him a change of heart as they began considering a sequel. All the while, this little Wii game opened up a flood of opportunities for Suda as well. He received so much recognition from both gamers and game developers. Thanks to Killer 7 and No More Heroes, this 1-2 punch of high art turned Suda51 into so many game developers' favorite game developer. The MF Doom of video games, if you will. So, No More Heroes deserved to go on. At least, that's how he saw it at the time. Now keep all this in mind while watching the final scene in No More Heroes 3. This is different from the final teaser in Travis Strikes Again, as the gears were already turning for the successor. A lot of people have been foolishly calling this ending a cliffhanger when it really isn't. It's like calling the end of Great Pretender's anime a cliffhanger, and only the people that watch Great Pretender understand what I mean, and that's fine. Don't really feel like explaining that one. Go watch Great Pretender if you haven't. This ending is not a cliffhanger to set up more sequels. It's going so far in this garden of insanity that there's no way anyone can follow it up without having it feel trite or completely foreign to the original No More Heroes experience. Suda might give that stop asking me answer when people ask if he's willing to make another No More Heroes game after this, but he's made his intentions clear. This is the end of his connection with the franchise. This is further emphasized by Suda through his post on social media the day the game officially launched.
No More Heroes 3 has been released. Thank you all so much for all your kind messages. I truly hope everyone enjoys Travis Touchdown's final battle. Goodbye, Travis. Goodbye, No More Heroes. Goodbye, fleeting moments and days. Farewell to all Travis Touchdowns everywhere.
Despite how straightforward the creator of No More Heroes is saying goodbye to No More Heroes, this left a lot of people confused. Suda here is saying that this is, as far as he's concerned, the end of Travis Touchdown. Depending on what Marvelous does without Suda, we might see a Travis Touchdown running around killing folks in a new game, or anime, or whatever, but it isn't going to be the Travis that Suda birthed. The Travis that he saw himself in, the Travis that he nurtured and loved. Travis already felt foreign to Suda's vision in No More Heroes 2, and that was still within his company. If we get some Muso spin-off by Omega Force commissioned by Marvelous, imagine then how much more disconnected Travis is going to feel from Suda. Speaking a bit more on love and ending a relationship, Suda kept leading up to the launch of No More Heroes 3 with the same phrase, X days until love tears us apart again. An obvious reference to Joy Division's famous song, Love Will Tear Us Apart, matching Travis's Known Pleasures t-shirt nicely. While the song's lyrics were likely inspired by Ian Curtis's marriage problems with his wife Deborah Curtis, broad interpretations reflect the tenuous nature of all relationships, whether it's with a partner, your son, your daughter, your pet, or a fictional character. Our lives and where they go can lead us away from our loved ones and often find them in the arms of others. That love you have for that individual will make it even harder for you to say goodbye, to move on. And Suda here, he's trying his best to say goodbye to Travis, the centerpiece of this world he created that forever changed his career, his life. His heart weeps as he's bidding farewell. Of course, maybe it's not that sappy on his end, but hey, I'm sure he is at least a little melancholy about parting ways.
The thing about No More Heroes, realistically, it's Marvelous's IP. I always knew that one day, we'd basically have to give this back to Marvelous. To be fair, I was able to make Travis Strikes Again, and No More Heroes 3, with an amazing amount of freedom. But it's really time for Grasshopper to move on. It's time to say goodbye to Travis. This is his final battle, and I meant it sort of literally. It's time to say goodbye. I don't want to split up with him, but we kind of have no choice. Not that Marvelous forced us, it's just that I felt that it's really time for us to go on and do our own thing. That's not at all to say I'm never going to deal with Travis or No More Heroes again. I'm basically Travis's father, and unfortunately, I'm a father who doesn't have rights to keep living with him anymore, so I kind of had to give up my own kid. It's a sad and lonely feeling to have to split up with this character and this series I've been working with for so long and put so much into, but I'm looking forward to the future, seeing what we're gonna do, and hopefully someday being able to see Travis again.
I'm not saying that we'll never ever see him deal with No More Heroes after this. Things have changed before, they can change again a decade or so later, but I think it's easier to accept and understand No More Heroes 3 in this way. Suda ending this relationship with the franchise could be why he made relationships the centerpiece of the story. And I think the Daemon Ex Machina cameo is, in a weird way, Suda relinquishing the franchise. He's coming to terms that Travis Touchdown and the No More Heroes property as a whole will never be his own. This is essentially him giving the property back to Marvelous. From what I understand, he still holds about 10% of the shares in regards to the IP, but I'm not sure how much that speaks for his influence on future projects. That's assuming Marvelous plans to do anything with the IP. The future of No More Heroes is definitely not something I'm optimistic about, but whatever. I think this is a good place to talk about Travis Touchdown. Not just who he is, but what. In the simplest terms possible, he's a video game character. Dodoi, right? But really think about what that entails, and what that theoretical meaning has been behind these games. Travis is a focal point that the entire world of No More Heroes revolved around. It's important to emphasize that a lot of this will seem more clear when you include Travis Strikes Again as part of the equation, as everyone should have been. In a weird way, both of these games complement and complete each other at the same time. Travis Strikes Again has the stage design, diverse environments, gameplay-altering gimmicks, and deep dialogue. Meanwhile, No More Heroes 3 has the raw third-person combat, dazzling visuals, open world, fully voiced cutscenes, and main story beats. I don't know how much of this was planned, but I like that Suda51 and the team made these two games both complement and complete each other, even from a gameplay perspective, which is pretty brilliant if that's the case.
These past 5 years or so have felt like one encompassing project. The original inception for No More Heroes 3 began kind of around the same time as Travis Strikes Again, when I decided to bring Travis back. These past 5 years making TSA and No More Heroes 3 felt like one giant project I've been working on with everyone else at Grasshopper.
Anyway, in the first pinball novel chapter from Travis Strikes Again, Kamui asks if Travis is breaking the fourth wall with his explanation of Bishop to the audience. Gene tells him that there's more to it than that the instant you, the player, get a hold of the controller and play these games, Travis can sense this, that he's sensitive to this side of things. Supporting this is the fact that he addresses the player in the introduction of each title.
And for you there holding the controller right now, just press the A button. Let the bloodshed begin.
Hold it, you violence-loving bastards! Before you start your desperate struggling, you should drop a nice save.
Hold up! Been away a long time. There's a new generation of gamers out there. Let me at least introduce myself.
Fucking losers!
Let's go!
Start the game.
What is the side? If I were to guess, the side of reality. The side of what it means to play as a character in a fictional story. To be real, but play as someone that isn't. I like to think that Kamui mentioning that it's a familiar feeling infers that it's something Suda has had in mind since he started making games. This explains certain things, like how Travis was surprised by Gene's voice in No More Heroes 3, or that he didn't really recognize Mr. Blackhole or even Damon at first. Because he's experiencing these parts of the story the same exact way we are. That whole Smash Bros fight makes a little more sense with this in mind too, as well as Travis recognizing the mech from Daemon Ex Machina, or even shitting on Final Fantasy games. Avid Gamer is aware of these games as he himself is a video game character, and this is his perspective.
These characters, they tend to take on a life of their own.
Characters in a work of fiction are almost always made to dissect, I think. This could explain Travis's supposed immortality. What does it mean for one to die in that sense? I've heard that ancient Egyptians believed that you die twice. Once when you take your final breath, and again the last time someone says your name. So they're valuing life to someone that is not alive. These fictional characters never lived in the real world, but perhaps they're alive in that way. The way of being recognized or remembered. Travis is not an omnipotent god. That's Sylvia, a character that deserves her own analysis, to be quite honest. Travis's state of being isn't about power, just awareness. A keen awareness that this world of No More Heroes is completely built around him, adding to the idea that he can't die in this world because it isn't done with him. It might explain why in No More Heroes 3, Travis picks up a certain sense when a boss fight isn't going to actually happen. Like deep down, part of him is already aware of the script. Again, this kind of stuff isn't too obvious or exposited, so a lot of people don't pick up on it when they experience the game.
The more I wrote on the subject of Travis, the more I gave him life, the cooler I found him to be. He has crazy charm and real class. He was a character that I created with whom I identified most easily. The universe in No More Heroes was built very quickly around him.
Travis isn't going to die for a long time. Not just because he's part of an IP Marvelous probably won't put to bed for a while, but also because he has so many fans across the world. Just like in the actual world he's thriving in, Travis cannot die. At least not for a long ass time. But Suda's Travis, as far as he's concerned, is now dead. I know I've expressed that I didn't like the idea of characters coming back to life when talking about Batgirl and Travis Strikes Again, but this is kind of different to me. If anyone is an exception to the rule of permanent death, it's Travis, the protagonist of these stories, the one that understands more than the rest of the cast what it means to be part of these scripted events. This fiction.
This one apparently got skipped. Next up is the number 3 ranked assassin. But this is going against the rules. It's no fun without any boss fights, right?
Travis being cursed with immortality is the ultimate fate. A more cynical way to look at the mech from Daemon X Machina saving Travis is that it was a visual representation of Marvelous as a company refusing to let the series rest. A sign of the inevitable, of a future I don't want to think about. Who knows what was going on in the background regarding Marvelous and this series? Perhaps things like that stupid mobile game, Heroes Paradise, and that animated pilot were the least of our worries regarding the No More Heroes IP without Suda. In a lot of ways, No More Heroes 3 at the surface just seems like kooky fun, but I think there's a lot of interesting undertones that feel intentional. You just really need to take the time to put everything into account, as well as understanding some context. Just like No More Heroes 1. Not everything needs a blurb or expository, right? I can only find these clues and come to this conclusion if I observe and dissect this like a painting. I only have a meager understanding of how art is analyzed, but I know part of it comes from taking everything the creator is showing into account and what it could represent. That's how paintings are analyzed.
I assure you that video games are an extension of an art form. In my opinion, the highest form of art is the existence of video games.
I'm also sick and tired of hearing folks think Suda doesn't put any depth into his work. He has always done his best to provide a deep and profound narrative, even on a subconscious level. At least regarding the original games he actually directs. And he's said so many times how important he finds the narrative to be in regards to game development.
The Silver Case and Killer 7 were games that had a lot of text stuffed into them. No More Heroes from the very start was going to be an action game. There's really only a certain amount of dialogue you're going to be able to stuff into animated cutscenes. Even without the text, there are other ways of expressing things. But there's only going to be a certain amount of communication that you're going to be able to stuff into the scenes. We had to think of different ways to express the themes and ideas that I wanted, not just through text, but visually as well. The best ways for me to express the things I want to express and the methods we used to make up the constraints we were confronted with presented themselves naturally. It really just sort of happened to come together the way it did. And once I sat down and went through the entire final product, I was happy to see that it worked out exactly the way that I wanted, and I was able to express what I wanted to express.
Hold up. This is like the actual final for real's ending? What the hell is going on?
So, this was a lot to unpack, huh? No More Heroes 3 was set up by fans to be this monumentous experience that was going to melt our brains. Some were certainly pleased, others weren't, and that's for various reasons. I'm not here to dictate what people should think of No More Heroes 3, and it's not like I found it to be a perfect game. Seriously, if you've gotten this far into the video, please don't think I analyze it this thoroughly because I think it's this magnum opus. It isn't. I certainly found a lot to enjoy in No More Heroes 3, but it definitely deserves some criticism. Also, Suda has stated that they've had previous games with even bigger budgets, so maybe it wasn't fair to expect the world.
We've made games with bigger budgets before.
That's for sure. So No More Heroes 3 won't be the biggest.
Still, I suspect the budget was a bit too small even now, and the game does not present itself as well as the original game did with whatever that budget was on a console that was also considerably less powerful than its competitors back in 2007. No More Heroes 1 just looked much cleaner, you know? It's weird thinking about all this. No More Heroes 3 completes Travis Strikes Again as an experience, but also contradicts it in so many ways. Travis Strikes Again was this hymn to indie darlings with its core design and personal narrative, hence the numerous t-shirts repping them by name and art. No More Heroes 3 sees this and instead represents AAA bloatware that just provides a bunch of shit that wastes your time without actually challenging you. I guess by that logic, No More Heroes 3 is a cacophony of the AAA games industry. However, it's strange to say, this message probably would have been delivered with more clarity if they had more money to present the game better. Maybe you could have dug up some Ubisoft hookups for in-game shirts repping Assassin's Creed or something. But don't misconstrue that as saying more money or more time would have made this game that much different. If this was some multi-million-dollar project on the PS5, sure, the fidelity of the game would have been better and probably have some nicer textures, but No More Heroes 3 most likely would have stayed the same and more or less provide the same experience. The people at Grasshopper don't really alter or expand on their ideas when working with more powerful hardware or even bigger budgets. An artist won't suddenly become better when you give them more paint, right? And if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Grasshopper never pulls the same trick twice. I'm glad this game isn't just another No More Heroes 1, which is what I think a lot of people wanted it to be. It can be argued that all the sequels under Grasshopper are so vastly different from each other that calling them sequels just doesn't fit quite right. In fact, looking at all the No More Heroes games, I feel like each of them changed just enough to make them very different from each other.
I think No More Heroes 1 is not a game Grasshopper could have made nowadays. The reason we were able to make No More Heroes 1, and the reason it turned out the way it did, was precisely because it was made at the time. Having such a personal connection to the game, going back and playing it now, I really feel that specific moment in the gameplay.
So overall, No More Heroes 3 was really, really interesting. This is why it took so long for me to come out with this analysis. It was hitting me with so many different things, and it does seem senseless at first. It took me a long time to really put these pieces together and understand its narrative better. And I didn't even touch on everything. Something I really couldn't get that deep into was the tokusatsu angle, which I think is something Kamen Sentai would do much better describing. I don't want to even attempt this angle when I have no real knowledge nor appreciation for it. Please check out Kamen Sentai's essays sometime for further reading. All proper links will be located in the paste bin below. Back to No More Heroes 3. I love this experience. There's moments where I already have that nostalgic longing for. Moments where I get a bit teary-eyed, moments where I laugh at the horrible glitches that occur, and moments where I question the narrative or why certain things played out the way they did. No More Heroes 3 is great. No More Heroes 3 is bad. No More Heroes 3 is intriguing. No More Heroes 3 is alienating. No More Heroes 3 is a beautiful mess. No More Heroes 3 is a Grasshopper game. A Suda51 game. Zzz. Even so, I don't think I want Suda to work on some big budget marketable IP again anytime soon. His future roadmap isn't entirely clear, but I think he and his company work best when they aren't developing bigger projects like Shadows of the Damned, like Lollipop Chainsaw, like No More Heroes 3. On the other hand, Travis Strikes Again and the new elements added in the Silver Case and 25th Ward are easily the best stuff we've gotten from Suda and his gang in over 10 years. And from the looks of it, the next 10 years are going to be special for him and everyone else at Grasshopper.
I'm planning on making the next 10 years the Grasshopper decade. We're going to create our own IPs, games and characters that we can own and really be proud of.
He has also said the company is working on multiple projects, and you already know I'll have my ear raised to whatever those turn out to be. Can't wait for a blazing new action game starring Notorious. He's got to keep Travis's promise, right?
If. And this is a big if. But if I were to get killed, please finish this for me.
I will. Travis, touchdown.
It was also recently announced that the company has partnered with NetEase, a large Chinese conglomerate that specializes in both PC and mobile games. People shared concern about what this means for Grasshopper's creative freedom, but the only thing NetEase has done so far is verbally assure that they're not going to be involved in Grasshopper's game development, but only improve their business and budgetary aspect. Rumor has it they're already helping them regain original IPs, but I take that with a grain of salt. I just hope NetEase puts their money where their mouth is and lets Suda's team keep doing whatever they want. I think after dealing with EA, Kadokawa, and Gung Ho, Suda won't let his company fall into another pit that fucks with them. I hope that isn't too optimistic to say. I could also be completely wrong about the intent behind No More Heroes 3. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be so cynical. Maybe Suda really did just try his best making a fun action game as the last entry to No More Heroes, and circumstances got in the way. I also want to restate, I don't think Suda will ever really explain what he was going for regarding No More Heroes 3, or really any of his games. He'll spout some homages or a piece of art he was thinking of when writing these up, but like most creators, he won't really explain flat out what he wanted to convey with his work, which is why I welcome different interpretations to this, as I'm sure he does. It means we as fans are engaging with his art. Part of me is also glad to see him be done with No More Heroes. While I'm sure there's fun in being part of the spotlight, I don't think these high-profile games really suit him or his company. The original No More Heroes was more of a sleeper hit, you know? Either way, I think what's important is that this 5-year palate cleanse is exactly what him and his company needed. He's adored by so many fans and game creators alike. I'm sure they only want to see him be happy with his team. Goichi Suda is ready to be a creator by his own terms again, to direct, write, and design in order to let out his creative flow rather than get his ideas muddled by bigger hands. He's made it clear now that he doesn't want to stop creating in this industry. I got back into the director's seat for Travis Strikes Again. It's been about 5 years now, and since that point, I was reminded how much I just loved being down with the actual team, with the actual programmers and artists. I love working with this team. To be honest, I'm pretty sure from now until I die, I'm going to be a director. Now, with No More Heroes 3 in my rearview mirror and letting it nestle inside my brain for the rest of my life, we're finally done looking through his high-profile games that took the Western world by storm. I loved going through this journey and challenging myself to analyze all of these games. It helped me figure out more about myself and what I look for in these kinds of experiences. And of course, I can't express enough appreciation for everyone else that enjoyed my videos on Suda's games these past 4 years. As always, thanks for watching. Please stick around to see all the great people that helped me out with this video. Snippety snaps. Hey, still around? Well, I appreciate your time. I figure I give individual thanks to everyone that was a big help to my video. Without further ado, big thanks to everyone that is a part of the BelieveInThee.net Discord and or runs said website and making the RBG game. Please check out BelieveInThee.net if you're a fan of Suda's Kill the Past work. Big thanks to rap group Okumura, Tony Astro, and Sekitova for talking to me about their contributions. Listen to their jammin' tunes. Here's where I give thanks to all the voice performances, as well as the other bits they contributed to this analysis. All links to them and their work will be in the paste bin where applicable. Thank you, The Friendly Broski. Thank you, PlaySilver2425. Thank you, Doomerdev. Thank you, Mike Metroid. Thank you, Bronze Fox, who also helped me tweak parts of the script as well as figure out the thumbnail. Thank you, Bukimi Mimi, who helped me with translations. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Sphere Hunter. Thank you to Dr. Grambo, who also provided the art for the Asura Shinobu and Masked Bad Girl. Thank you to Justin of Sugaban NYC, who helped me look over the script. Thank you, Double Egg Salad. Thank you, Adrian VG, who also provided the footage for Flower, Sun, and Rain, as well as keeping a handy archive of Suda interviews. Thank you, Giant Tabby. Thank you, Death Grip San, who also helped creating the thumbnail and tweak the script. Thank you, Macro Phones. Thank you, Eat Slugs. Thank you, Toya VA. Thank you, Jim Ryu. Thank you, Big Drippy. Thank you, Ghost in a Jar. Thank you, Mistress Dove. Thank you, Dr. Touchdown. Thank you, Blue Moon Alistair. Thank you, Common Sentai. Thank you, Sonic Kick. Thank you, Disc G. Thank you, Koopy. And thank you, Vogna. Thank you, Golden Rakshasa, for translating some of the interviews, and Steel Ball Runner for helping with translation and context. And thank you to all my patrons for continuing to support my work, with many new ones from April and May. Thank you, Keen Nice. And here's a nice owl. Now there's a nice picture of an owl, right? Yeah. Thank you, Star Phantom, in a sky made of diamonds where the world fell silent. I'll be waiting for you on the other side. Thank you, Brandon B. You rock. You roll, you sway, you swing, you jut, you jerk. You move in all kinds of ways, I'm sure. Thank you, Chex-Mex. Whatever you do, Chex-Mex, don't text a text named Bex. You might get vexed with a hex. Thank you, Soccerman611. And here's an obligatory go! Thank you, Geeky Ann Dress. Remember, Geeky Ann, be a thinker, not a stinker. Thank you, Fiona17. I think today you should consider getting a turtle as a pet. Not saying you need to actually go get one, just think about it. Whether you act upon that is on you. Thank you, Mr. Galoober's Magic Gadoober. Well, I appreciate your contriboober, and I hope I are noobered your further sapoober. Thank you, Jill. And just so you know, Jill, today's a bad day to be having a bad day. Why don't you Google a Miike flick to stream? Perhaps that'll make it better. Thank you, Hades, our new Baron of Brutality. Do you find it weird how numbers are universally accepted symbols across the world? No? Maybe it's just me. I also don't even know if that's true. All credits will be located in the paste bin link below. Lastly, you can kind of consider this a post-credits teaser, I guess. You can look forward to future analyses that dive deeply into the Silver Case, Flower, Sun, and Rain, and the 25th Ward. And I'll also share my thoughts on any future Grasshopper projects as well. With all that said, goodbye to No More Heroes, goodbye to Travis, goodbye to those fleeting memories. I don't think I'll ever forget the experience and what it means to me.